Hearty good afternoon indeed to all of you, and a warm welcome to the virtual presentation of the LUBRIZOL CPVC Presents Women of Vision Summit and Awards organized by Realty Masterclass in association with FlowGuard Plus and Blaze Master. I am Kavya R. Chavali, your host for the day, and let's begin this beautiful program with the auspicious Ganesh Mantra.
वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा।
On that beautiful and a positive note, we'd also like to express our sincere appreciation to the presenter of this event, the LUBRIZOL Corporation, one of the global specialty chemical giants. And on that note, as we begin the program, first up, it's not just an auspicious day, it's a beautiful, beautiful day indeed, because first up, I'd like to wish you all a happy Women's Day. And these wishes go out not just to the brilliant women out there who are showing the way, going the way, and knowing the way, but also to those amazing men who are coming forward to celebrate all of this together. So yes, indeed, a happy Women's Day to all of you. Now, on that note, as we get the proceedings started, let's now also set the tone for the program. But first up, I would also like to share a couple of words of appreciation to our presenter of the event, the LUBRIZOL Corporation, one of the global specialty chemical giants. Now, LUBRIZOL is a single-source provider of polymer technologies designed to solve today's toughest building and production challenges, and is also an innovator and world leader in chlorinated polyvinyl chloride, CPVC compounds. Now, the high-performance CPVC technology can be found in the following brands: FlowGuard Plumbing Systems, Blaze Master Fire Protection Systems, and Corzen Industrial Systems. LUBRIZOL is committed to enabling a sustainable world and is on a mission to help the world move cleaner, create smarter, and live better. On that note, let's also take a look at this beautiful AD for all of you. Here we go.
As businesses, governments, and societies across the globe are depending on and demanding that corporations make a meaningful and lasting impact on the world, LUBRIZOL has both a great opportunity and a great responsibility. For very few companies have the experience, expertise, and existing business to impact as much far-reaching positive change as LUBRIZOL. With our technology in more than half the vehicles on Earth and touching the everyday lives of at least half the world's population through a variety of solutions in a wide array of products, our impact today is already tremendous. Tomorrow, it will be even greater. With deep roots and proud heritage as a pioneer in transportation, LUBRIZOL has evolved and expanded into a range of other industries by being a pioneer in transformation. This unique ability to help companies and technologies transform is becoming more essential every day. So as we approach the centennial of LUBRIZOL's founding, we are proudly and definitively renewing our commitment to unlocking science that transforms. This is more than our mission. It's a global imperative. The world is depending on LUBRIZOL to move cleaner, create smarter, and live better.
Well, I must admit that was quite informative and path-breaking indeed. And on that note, dear friends, as we all know, today is the International Women's Day, and the theme of International Women's Day 2021 is Choose to Challenge. This states that the women are responsible for their own thoughts and actions every day, and they challenge the world every day. The theme further signifies that women can choose to challenge gender bias, as well as inequality in the world. And this is what we've actually gathered here for, because to discuss as well as rejoice, well, yes, the women's achievements. So let's celebrate the vision which has the power to build a nation as we bring to you the professionals with experience and expertise in the building material and construction industry. They will delve into how women are shaping the future of the sector and how they can further unlock their potential. Well, let me also inform you all that this event is being live streamed on Realty Plus website, www.realtyplusmag.com, and Realty Plus Facebook page as well, @RP Realty Plus and @FlowGuard Plus. So you can actually catch us live as the event is live streaming for all of you, and equally be inspired by the number of women and the kind of women who will show up here to share their thoughts with you all. Now, before we begin with the proceedings of the event, let me also invite Sapna Srivastava, editor, Realty Plus, to give a brief introduction of what Realty Plus is all about.
Thanks, Kavya. And I welcome all our eminent speakers and the lovely audience that have joined us today on this very special occasion of International Women's Day, and be part of these thought-provoking conversations that we will have, and felicitations of women achievers. But before we go through all those segments, let me give a brief presentation on what Realty Plus is all about, especially for those who are joining us for the very first time. So friends, this is a brief introduction of Realty Plus, which is part of Exchange for Media and BW Business World Group. The monthly publication is the real estate vertical of the group and was created to cater to the needs of the real estate business. For the past 16 years, Realty Plus has been at the forefront of news and stories influencing the world of real estate. It was also recognized as the best real estate magazine by the National Real Estate Development Council, NAREDCO, and is now available in both print and e-edition. Apart from our monthly magazine, the Realty Plus series of collector's edition coffee table books are premium editions launched once in a year, spotlighting prominent personalities, products, and brands for their leadership and vision. Our recent introduction is the Super CXOs, India's top 100 realty influencers coffee table book, featuring Indian Realty's dynamic Super CXOs who are transforming the industry through their leadership. Moving on from the publications, Realty Plus Conclave and Excellence Awards virtual series feature eminent speakers, engaging discussions, and lively virtual award ceremonies felicitating the top performers in Indian real estate, PropTech, co-working, and building product segments. Realty Plus also produces various online products and events under its Realty Plus Digital Connect initiative. Under the umbrella of Realty Plus Digital Connect, we have Realty Plus Masterclass webinars featuring subject matter experts and industry leaders in an insightful and informative conversation on current and relevant topics. We also have the Realty Plus Real Talk series that features video interviews with influential leaders from varied segments of real estate to share their honest views and opinions and real facts and figures. Not to be missed every morning is the Realty Plus e-newsletter that goes out every day with the latest news, views, and opinions from across realty sector from India and the world. We are also very strong on the social media platforms, and that is how we stay connected with our readers, peers, and partners and promote our products. So in case you would like to know more about Realty Plus, its products and its initiatives, do get in touch with Ms. Tripti Kedia, publisher and business head for Realty Plus. So this was a brief introduction of what Realty Plus is all about. And now coming back to the Women of Vision Summit of today and some exciting panel discussions that are lined up, let me hand it back to our lovely host, Kavya.
Thank you very much, Sapna, for giving a snapshot of Realty Plus and also for setting the tone for this power-packed program and the power-packed women who will be all set to share their nuggets of insights. So with that, I think after hearing Sapna's words, I'm equally excited about what's in store for the program, and I'm sure all of you equally are. But first up, let me now also welcome Mr. O'Neill Pinto, Senior Business Director, EMEA and South Asia with Temprite, for the welcome address of the day. In fact, he is a business leader with more than 24 years of cross-functional experience creating value and delivering results in new and complex business environments. At LUBRIZOL, he drives the Win in India program and refines growth strategies to strengthen the market leadership position in EMEA and South Asia. So with that, over to you, Mr. O'Neill Pinto.
Thank you, Kavya, and good day to all of you. I'm not too sure if you can see me on video, but my video is on, so just let me know if there's a hitch out there.
I think we're good to go, sir.
Okay. So thank you so much for joining in and for the honor of participating in this great event. Over the past few decades, we have seen women with their passion, talent, dedication, enthusiasm clearly forming the bedrock of economic growth and prosperity in India. Even a report by McKinsey Global has estimated that India could add more than $700 billion to its GDP by 2025 simply by giving equal opportunities to women. And that's phenomenal. Right opportunities, access to knowledge and resources can create a significant difference to help women advance their careers. A stellar example of this is the recent all-female Indian pilot team that completed the longest non-stop commercial flight ever operated by an Indian national airline, thus creating aviation history. While I could cite many such accomplishments, let's look one of the most male-dominated sector, the construction industry. Yes, there are new opportunities being opening up in this sector for women. However, it is a fact globally that women reaching leadership level here is estimated to be just 1 to 2%. Now that's something you don't see in other industries like banking, finance, IT, etc. I would say more than bias, it's a norm based on past precedents and preconceived notions. Also, more within the industry, this is due to environmental and societal pressures that make this disparity unbreachable. Women leaders are changing the world as we see it today. When women take top leadership positions, they bring about a change in the very culture of an organization. The success stories of Indian women, right from Mary Kom to Saina Nehwal, just to name a few, clearly illustrates how girls with dreams become women with vision. With the Women of Vision Awards and Summit, our aim is to trigger this change by enabling more women to be able to reach beyond the highest potential in their careers. We are extremely excited to kick off this foundation year of this event with a dynamic set of women influencers on board. We are hopeful that this will lead to encouraging more women in leadership positions in the building material industry. I feel privileged and honored to be part of this great initiative and support your journey towards becoming the woman of vision. Thank you for having me here. Over to you, Kavya.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Pinto, because I believe that you yourself have managed to share some visionary thoughts around the theme for this beautiful program, and also the kind of examples that you've said, absolutely riveting. So that truly also sets the tone for the rest of the program. So thank you once again, Mr. Pinto. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
On that note, all of our attendees, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure all of you are joining us as we are live streaming. And at the same time, you're all excited to see how the program unfolds. With that, after gathering some interesting thoughts from Mr. Pinto, having shared some positive sentiments about the industry as well, let's now actually begin the e-conclave with the first session of the day. And while we get our speakers on the screen, let's also take a look at this AV.
LUBRIZOL, the inventor and global producer of FlowGuard Plus CPVC. Billions of feet of FlowGuard CPVC piping systems have been installed across the globe. In the year 1999, LUBRIZOL introduced its FlowGuard Plus technology and further established a niche market in India for CPVC plumbing solutions. Post its inception in 1928, LUBRIZOL owns and operates more than 100 manufacturing facilities and offices around the world. Over the years, LUBRIZOL's team of experts have dedicated themselves to creating an array of CPVC solutions for providing better water management systems to their consumers. This has led to significant increase in demand. To meet the flourishing CPVC piping demand, LUBRIZOL has invested nearly $50 million in setting up the CPVC compound plant in Dahej, Gujarat between 2014 to 2016. With such a magnanimous existing infrastructure, LUBRIZOL has been a leading provider of CPVC for the past 2 decades in the India market. In South Asia alone, LUBRIZOL has delivered safe water solutions to over 200 million citizens through its plumbing solutions. Fueled by the desire to support Make in India initiative to make India self-reliant, LUBRIZOL Advanced Materials and Grasim Industries Limited have entered into a definitive agreement. The two globally renowned business giants, LUBRIZOL Corporations, LUBRIZOL Advanced Materials and Grasim Industries Limited, a flagship of the Aditya Birla Group, have partnered to set up the world's largest CPVC resin manufacturing plant in India. In alignment with its mission to help the world move cleaner, create smarter, and live better, LUBRIZOL aims to provide reliable access to clean and safe drinking water to millions of homes in India. LUBRIZOL's commitment to help the world to move cleaner, create smarter, and live better will enable the masses at large to look forward to a cleaner, healthier, better life and improved water management.
And on that beautiful again, well, it looks like it's time to now deep dive into our panel discussion. Well, that's right. It's time to also gather nuggets of interesting perspectives from our women leaders. In fact, I think I should probably not even use that word. I should just say leaders who will be sharing about their journey, their experiences for that matter. And I'm sure all of us will gather some thought-provoking insights from this beautiful discussion, because the topic itself is as riveting as it could get. How women are shaping the future of the construction industry. Now, that being the question, let's also get the answers from all of our panelists. But first up, to conduct the session, I'd also like to invite our expert moderator. We have with us Dr. Ananta Raghuvanshi, who's a Senior Executive Director with Experion Developers. In fact, she is an exceptional leader with an exemplary leadership style, as well as with her beautiful contribution of more than 30 years to the real estate industry. She is also a doctorate in real estate marketing and is also the winner of over 42 awards and accolades, including Top 100 World Marketing Leaders by World Marketing Congress. And she also coaches women entrepreneurs and mentors rural executives. So firstly, a warm welcome indeed to Dr. Raghuvanshi to moderate and spearhead this beautiful panel discussion. And on that note, let me also introduce our fabulous set of panelists for all of you. First up, we have with us Prerna V. Mehta, Head Urban Development with WRI India. And her portfolio consists of projects related to climate, smart cities, livable neighborhoods as well, transit-oriented development, tactical urbanism, and also includes developing toolkits, developing detailed project reports, informing policy and capacity building. So on that note, a warm welcome indeed to Prerna as well. We're also joined by Sheetal Bilkar, who's a founder and director, Urja Building Services Consultants. She's an ACE MEP consultant and having started her company with a 3-month baby in her arms and has taken it to a leading MEP consulting company with over 400 projects and 80 million square feet of work done worldwide. We also have the presence of Sheetal Rakheja, managing partner, Aeon Design and Development, who's been in the profession since 1998 and has successfully designed and completed IT parks, corporate offices, hospitals, integrated mixed-use developments, hotels, and green residential estates as well. And she's also the chairperson, IGBC Delhi chapter and lead accredited professional. We also have the presence of Sheila Sri Prakash, who's the founder and chief architect, Shilpa Architects, Planners, Designers, an internationally acclaimed architect, urban designer, and sustainability expert who founded the Shilpa Architects, Planners, Designers in 1979. She's also the founding trustee of the Reciprocity Foundation, created to assist and fund research, projects, and conferences to evolve design solutions that would help in creating a responsive ecosystem. Well, joining us, we also have Sumit Niyogi, the HR Director, South Asia and Middle East with the LUBRIZOL Corporation. In fact, he has close to 2 decades of experience in HR partnership, talent management, as well as sales, and he spent the last 5 years being part of various leadership teams. He practices the values of excellence and integrity and believes that one grows by sharing the knowledge. So it'll be wonderful to see that in a summit that's dedicated to women. We'll also have Sumit Niyogi sharing his values and his perspectives as well. That leaves me also with our final panelist. We have with us Dr. Sunita Purushottam, Head Sustainability, Mahindra Life Space Developers Limited, who has over 20 years of sustainability strategy and environmental consultancy experience, having worked with regulatory bodies in UK and India in various infrastructure development projects, city planning and construction projects as well. And with that, looks like we have a prolific set of speakers all set. So on that note, looks like all of our attendees are equally set. I'm not going to delay the session any further. I'm in fact going to give it a beautiful start by handing over the proceedings to Dr. Ananta Raghuvanshi. So with that, over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. A very, very happy Women's Day to all of you. And I am so excited to be here. What a fantastic lineup we've got over here. And I think I have not seen so many women on a panel on infrastructure or on real estate before. And for the first time, I must say that even Sumit must be feeling a little strange about it. But this is something that only women of vision could have done. And I'm absolutely blessed and to be here and to moderate this session. So one by one, I think my first question here, Prerna, is to you. Please do share your journey with us, and how have you balanced, these two things? There's a hard hat, urban development that you wear, and then there's also music and so many other talents that you have and interests that you have. So please do share your journey with us. It's extremely inspiring.
Thank you, Dr. Raghuvanshi, and good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me very clearly. Am I audible to everyone? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. So I have been part of this industry for almost over 16 years now. And as a child, I always was inclined towards something that is creative. And I was always on a lookout of a profession that was giving me an opportunity to, that could give me an opportunity to really realize that as a profession, and still be attached to that creative part of myself. So I think that's where this whole journey started, when I started to explore during my school time that which profession should I be looking at. There were several choices. I was a student of science. I had a mathematics background. So all of that was there. But eventually my inclination went towards architecture, where I saw that how I could take this whole creative mindset, to the next level, and where I can make it as a profession for myself. So I think that's where the journey started. And I spent 5 years with that field. And then post that, I still thought that there is something missing. I want to do more. So what about, when I look around, there are buildings, but when I look at them together, there is a city. So then, what more can I do? And that led me to doing my master's, where I specialize in housing. And post that, there is no looking back. I started my career with working with the government sector. And from there, I have now been engaged with the NGO sector, the private sector, the corporate sector. So I've seen all the platforms that this profession actually offers, and I have been fortunate enough to be working with some of the eminent experts of the field. And I think it has been an incredible journey in many ways, because, coming from understanding this whole perspective of architecture, and then also scaling it up to to form a city, how do you bridge that gap of scales of planning and scales of implementation? I think that has been an incredible learning for me through and through. And I have been fortunate enough to gather all that experience over these 16 years of working in the field. And today I'm working with an institution that actually gives me an opportunity to not only look at the on-ground scenarios and make a difference through an on-ground intervention, but also look at how we can move and inform the whole policy ecosystem, which can then eventually complement how our cities look today.
Right. Wonderful. Wonderful. Welcome to this panel, Prerna. And you are truly giving Prerna and inspiration to a lot of girls and boys watching this show for sure. Wonderful. So I will now move on to Sheetal Bilkar. Sheetal is the pretty lady with the hard hat. Sheetal, do you have your hard hat today? Because I'm
no.
mine. She wears two hats. She's been a pageant queen in Maharashtra, as well as a whole lot of other things which she will share with us. It's a very interesting journey. And also she is a specialist in MEP. And MEP for the layman itself is something that very few understand. It is the skeletal system of any building, of any real estate industry. And also it's what gives joy to the residents ultimately, because it's mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. And these are the three, like a toothache, when people move into a new house, these are the things which bother them. So Sheetal, I think we need to hear your journey and how you scaled it up to so many million square feet of work that you have done. And how do you balance your passion, which is fashion and glamour and everything? And this is like sweat and heat and sights. So let's hear it from you.
Thank you, Ananta ma'am, for this lovely introduction. And thank you everyone for having me here. So my name is Sheetal Bilkar and I am founder and director of UBAC. So we are into field of MEP for last 19 years. So I started this company way back in 2002. And this company was started from home. When I was on maternity leave, I had just delivered baby, 3 months baby, and opportunity came for a consulting job for a blood bank for very prestigious hospital. So I just took it. I said, fine, let's see how to go about it. And that time it was really rare, to have a female engineer at site. There were architects, interior designers, but rare to see engineers at site. But I think I got a lot of love, support from everyone around me. And with hard work and persistence, we have grown to the level where today UBAC has designed more than 400 plus projects all over India. And we have designed more than 80 million square feet all across the globe, so that scale, we are doing project. Recently, in fact, we have completed a 3.4 million, very big project for MSRDC government, Maharashtra government also. So I think we are growing and growing, and I think there's no looking back. And about my passions, there's a lot of things what I do. I think we all are dreamers, and I'm big dreamer. I'm a Piscean and a true dreamer. And I have a bucket list, and I just go on ticking one. So out of that, one was having a beauty crown on my head. And I think I attempted for Mrs. Maharashtra in 2012, but there I was finalist. I could not achieve the crown. So I appeared for Mrs. India Classic in 2013 again. There I got not one, I got 2 crowns, and I fulfilled my dream.
Fantastic.
So, thank you so much.
It's so inspiring, Sheetal. And I can quite relate to where you are coming from, because, to be successful, to be happy, to be satisfied, if you keep doing the same thing over and over again, you will never find joy. However, if you try new things, new skills, get a new circle of friends, the life kind of, gets the much required catalyst to move on. It's like, स्कूल डेज होते हैं और फिर समर ब्रेक होती है, उसके बाद फिर आपका मन करता है स्कूल जाएं. But these little hobbies keep providing us the much needed nitro charge that we need. In fact, for 30 years I've been into real estate, and I've handled various CXO positions for the last 15-16 years. But at the age of 49, even I decided to go for a pageant. I said, "Chalo, ye bhi dekh ke aate hain, hota kya hai?" Isme. So it was very nice, and just like you, God was kind. I walked back with 2 crowns, and what I did realize was that these pageants are actually not so much about beauty; it's a personality pageant. And you make such good friendships there. And it was at 49, walking off with 2 crowns, when you've never really focused on beauty and health, and then suddenly you say, no, beauty to chalo koi baat nahi, lekin health pe focus kare. And after that I became a fitness, got involved with fitness. Till then I wasn't. So something good always comes out of every new experience. And yes, of course, real estate and infrastructure is our first love, definitely. But beech mein kuch naya karte rehna chahiye. And I hope this year also you do something different, and you share it with us as well. Very good, very, 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 very good, very inspiring, Sheetal. And I think
thank you so much.
Yeah. I think now I'll move to Sheila ji. Sheila Sri Prakash ji, the whole world knows her. And since 1979, when women were so scared to even look at, this part, I mean, it's amazing, construction industry, building material industry. She kind of is the founder of Shilpa Architects, and which is fantastic. I think we should hear more from her about her journey from 1979 to now. So in fact, she's being felicitated with some award today also. And we would like to hear about that, and congratulations for that as well, ma'am. Please do share.
I think I'm really happy to be on this panel with so many lovely women, and it gives me great hope and the confidence to say that women as a band, or as co-workers, need to be able to unite and work towards common goals. And I think what we can really achieve is phenomenal if we do that. So way back in 79, of course, it was a challenge. It was a complete challenge because there were no women architects. And when I started my job, the projects were also small. But this made me look deeply within myself, introspect. And, while all the glitzy, glamorous jobs were going to my male counterparts, I was there trying to reinvent, brickwork, do cost-effective work, and, something that gave me so much joy. So this is good on retrospect, because I think it helped me define my priorities, and I tried to work towards things that are sustainable. And at those days, sustainability was not a word at all. It didn't exist. I think cost effectiveness was there. And then I started working towards energy conservation. My first project was my own office, which I built with 20,000 rupees, if you believe.
Wow.
And at that time, a bag of cement was 11 rupees. Yeah.
Wow.
And my dad said that I could build an office, but I shouldn't cut any trees in the garden. So I built a meandering structure which went around, the trees. And it was magical because, you know, I used to sit there and it helped me dream. My pet dog used to sit with me. The birds, you know, I could hear the birds twittering. And I think it only increased my, you know, the reinforcement in me to say that spaces can really do a lot to people and to humanity. And so if people have to achieve what they need, I think they require the right ambience. You know, we're all happy with nature. We all know that, you know, providentially we've been gifted with the earth, which is absolutely marvelous, the water flowing, the birds chirping, the animals around, and the breeze on our face, the rain, everything, the mountainside, the seaside. Then when we start carving spaces for ourselves, it is a huge, humongous responsibility, because I think we are trying to emulate that same harmony in our micro spaces. So how do you do that? You know, with the commercial challenges that are there, you start building blocks, you start building, you know, facades, and then there's such a mad rush. You try to, you try to imitate what your peers abroad are doing. And then, you know, you bring in the wrong materials. There's no materiality. There's no kind of sensitivity to a person and the space that he really requires to perform better in whatever his chosen field is. So I mean, if given a chance again, I would choose the same profession, because I believe that it's a lovely profession, and it can help you achieve and, you know, help people and the planet to work in harmony. So this is, so I have come a long way from 79. It's been almost 43 years since I started my company. Yes. So I started as an individual person, as a one-man, you know, drafting, engineer, everything together. And now we are a big office, a firm. I'm happy about that. And I'm also happy that my second generation, my daughter has also, you know, come back from the US after working there for 10 years. And, you know, I thought that she will not come back, but then she's back. And, you know, I have so many youngsters with me. And this is a profession that makes you feel young always, you know, because I am surrounded by some lovely young architect girls with me in my office, and we work fantastically as a team. It's like, you know, it's a big orchestra that we are working with, and then we all kind of tango, and then, you know, the result is a medley which is very, very aesthetic, pleasing, and in sync with nature. So that's it as far as I go.
Fantastic, fantastic, Sheila ji. Very, very inspiring journey and amazing takeaways. The first one, of course, embracing nature and designing your buildings around the trees. That is so fantastic. I think once I'm vaccinated, I'm certainly visiting your office to see where the tree is and where you are and how the creative juices start flowing. So I'm super excited about that. And of course, the second one, that if you had to start all over again, this is the profession that you would go for. I think a big round of applause for that. And I think our Hard Hatters Club and our tribe seems to be growing. So that's wonderful. And the third takeaway, I think, which all of us will carry with us from here, is that there's a lot that we can learn from the youngsters also, and they inspire us in so many ways. And keep us going forward and keep our thinking open. So thank you very much, ma'am, for that. I will now come back to our other lovely Sheetal, and Sheetal Rakheja this time, and a fantastic forward-looking name of her organization, and once again into design and planning and so much more. So Sheetal, let's hear it from you. What all are you into? And a little bit about your organization also. Thank you.
Thank you, Ananta, for the introduction and giving me this platform to talk about myself. I'm an architect and into practice for now almost 24 years. I was always very passionate about architecture, sustainable architecture, nature has played a very important role in all the projects, just like Sheila ji's, so nature, daylighting. I play a lot around with light, natural light, because I feel that architecture is an art form, just like music. It can really influence your emotions. So we as architects carry a very important responsibility, because we change, we actually influence emotions, we influence people who are going to be staying there. So natural light, nature, all this plays a very important role, because nature can transform anything from the most simplest to the, so patients heal better, students read better, study better, efficiencies go up when you are surrounded by nature. So that's what I've practiced in my projects for the last 24 years. All projects have been, we've designed buildings which are IGBC or LEED platinum rated, to zero energy buildings. We designed a house called Shunya, made out of complete waste containers, which was around a courtyard, because courtyard work very well in our Delhi composite climate. And that building was consuming a very low energy, and that was supplied by solar panels. So it was, but it was not just about energy, it was zero water, zero waste, and zero energy. That was the concept, that how we all can live sustainably. That was a research project which we ran for 1 or 2 years, and we saw that it was successful. Then we took it forward to offices, and we took it forward to clubs and other buildings that we are doing the same works we took there. So all the projects that we designed now are not only energy and efficient in terms of resources, but also they connect human beings to nature. So it's the overall well-being which is important when we design spaces. So I'm also the chairperson of Indian Green Building Council Delhi chapter, taking that passion of sustainability forward, and trying to spread that among students, among people as much as possible, so that we all, I feel, can make a lot of difference. So that's what the whole practice has been. So our projects are they of course meet the business requirement, but keeping sustainability in mind. So that's what I've been doing, spreading the green word. And our intent is that India one day it is already leading. So one of the top leaders in green building movement. It will, we want to see it is at the forefront. So that's what I believe and feel. Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Sheetal, for sharing your journey here. We have another very, very wonderful lady. In fact, she's truly a wonder woman, Dr. Sunita Purushottam. She heads Mahindra Life Spaces. And, for an industry where people say, that real estate mein zyada padhai likhai bina kiye log aa jate hain, I'm like so amazed to see, all these prefixes and suffixes and so much that people are not aware of, that happens behind the scenes. And look at the women like her who come out and shine and make such a wonderful difference in their space. So I think Dr. Sunita, we would like to hear about your journey from you.
So thank you so much, and really privileged to be part of this panel with so many eminent people. And I'm getting to meet so many people here, and really overwhelmed with the kind of stories that I have just heard. I'm neither a civil engineer nor an architect. I probably am here by chance, and but out of passion for sustainability. And sustainability is a profession which is cross-sectoral, and I do have a cross-sectorial experience. But my basic degree has been in physics. Physics was my first love. I'm a postgraduate in physics with electronics specialization. And then I actually embarked on my PhD, and I was looking at my PhD topic at what should it be. And I am deeply I have since my childhood deeply in tune with nature. We had a very big garden, and which was tended by my grandmother, my mother, and so a deep love for nature. No tree should be cut, like Sheila ji mentioned. And I used to actually look at all the science encyclopedias and the Grand Canyon, which is so barren. I just as a child felt that couldn't we have trees here? So of course at that time you wouldn't know what kind of landscapes are there. But I used to look at the pictures and I used to feel we should fill it all with trees. So over a period of time, I actually then did my PhD from IIT Bombay, and that's a different story for another day. How I got to select my guide, a wonderful woman herself. And my PhD topic was air pollution and dispersion modeling. I did my PhD. I'm a fellow of the Royal Meteorological Society, so I do understand the micrometeorology and the climate that urban environments are creating. And a lot of work has been on air pollution, emission, carbon emissions, and understanding the climate change, the scenarios. And my PhD degree, I had to also do the entire MTech course because I come from a different MSc physics wouldn't, you would have to understand the environmental engineering technologies, water, waste, all the different aspects, chemistry, environmental chemistry, and so on. So I went on to do that. And that was a shift where I came into environmental sciences and then into air pollution, carbon emissions, and then full-fledged into sustainability, especially in my journey with Infosys, where I learned a lot, especially the corporate, how sustainability can be strategically integrated, and a very good opportunity to work with Aruna Newton and Chris Gopalakrishnan, who is very sustainability oriented. The founders are, and so that has shifted the way I look at sustainability, the strategic integration, and this opportunity in Mahindra, where I'm continuing to integrate sustainability into all aspects of business. So that has been my journey so far.
Fantastic, fantastic. It's very, very interesting. Hearing your journey is taking me back to mine as well. And I was just trying to remember what was my PhD topic. And it was adaptability and intelligent growth in fluctuating cyclic markets.
Wow.
So there's a time when, and so it was like a septidal analysis of trends as far as marketing of real estate is concerned. So wonderful, very, very fascinating. And I think it'll be a pleasure to actually have access to the synopsis at some point of time and to, have some takeaways from that as well, because it's a very fantastic thesis that you have done, Dr. Sunita, and wonderful to connect with you here. So last we come to, so many heroines are here, of course, real life heroines. And now we have, I move to our hero, Mr. Sumit Neogi. Sumitji, mechanical engineering, XLRI, a wonderful TED talk behind you, a crusader for all the women and, helping them achieve their dreams. What do you think? Of course, you must share your journey with us as well. I'm sure it'll be even more fascinating. But what I would like to also know from you is, you've seen so many successful women in the building infrastructure industry, real estate industry. What are the type of qualities you think a woman must have in her or must develop in her to actually be sitting on top of the pyramid, the way all these lovely ladies are?
Right. Thank you, Dr. Anta, for the welcome that you provided me. One, I'm not a hero. I'm just a common man who is doing his job, for an earning.
आपने इतनी हिम्मत दिखाई है हम सबके बीच में बैठने की, तो आप हीरो तो हैं.
And I must accept this. On Friday evening when the group was created, it took me a bit of effort to send a message today morning. I was confused. What should I write? What should I shouldn't exactly? And I used to think that I've been part of quite a few panels. Some of them were manuals. Everyone was a man. Then part of HR, so you will have women in HR. So the maximum share of women that I ever had in a panel before this was 50%. Right. So, and we used to talk, everyone was talking. Little did I realize that how tough, difficult it is when you are in, in a scenario which you have not seen earlier. I have a team. I'm part of the HR team. I'm part of a PMIR batch from XLRI, which was 50% women, uh, and subsequently I've worked with it. But this is a different experience. So first of all, I must thank you to accommodate me out here, and I thank the team also. I never reached out to them, by the way, that where have you put me. But the fact is, I feel honored while I'm talking, while I'm listening to you.
I think you're the Krishna among all the gopis.
Uh, I'm sitting in my daughter's room. My wife is outside. I'm good.
That's okay. That's okay.
No, thank you. Thanks for the kind words on that. Now, in terms of journey, I've always believed that uh, I go back to very early days. I think it was late 80s, early days in school, and Sarv Shiksha Abhiyan was a focus. So I come from a very rural, remote village of Madhya Pradesh, and we used to see school teachers going home to home and talking about that. So my sister was very young, and my mother was being spoken to by the teacher, the school teacher, the local school teacher, who was actually telling my mother that you need to educate the girl child. There should be a focus. Though in our home, obviously the focus was that everyone will study. My father, my parents, my grandparents never differentiated between their children basis gender. I asked the teacher, and this was when I was 8 or 9, I believe, that why are you telling exactly for my sister? Why not for me? He said, if you are educated, you are an educated individual, educated man. However, if your sister is educated, the society is educated. The fundamental impact of the focus on women, that's how it came in. I've seen situations at my home where my parents, there were 6 brothers, 1 sister. My mother would work with my grandmother till the time they will be making rotis, chapatis, etc., and they would be the last to eat. I could never understand why they are doing so. Once it was very cold night, cold evening. I sat with my mom to see what is she eating because everyone was done, and I felt that she was eating very soft atta. I said, "This is not a roti at all because what is there." And that's where one of the factor which came to my mind that wherever I would be, there would be land of equals. And this is not done. I always encouraged my sister to study, to get the education, focus on that, forget about the barriers, because there are a lot of gender barriers which have been created over a period of time. I'll be honest with you, I had my life quite easy. No one asked me, why are you roaming around in the night? No one asked me to dress in a particular manner. No one ever asked me, why of what I'm doing, other than the fact that my father asked, why do you want to do engineering, and my grandmother supported me. My father thought that I will better do a science graduation without dropping a year, and then went on to do either a PSc, UPSc, or PO. My grandmother supported me in one of the biggest decision in my life, and that's where the shift happened very clearly. Now, when I talk of, I'm a mechanical engineer, and trust me, the Department of Mechanical Engineering of REC Bhopal, which is now NIT, at least till the time we were students, had never seen a woman other than other branches. For the history of 34, 35 years, I think till the time the government brought in a reservation for women in seats, never had a woman in that branch. Obviously, architecture was one of the branch, and pardon me for that. I used to call it archi torture, given the work they had to do for for 5 years, of course. Difficult one. It had women, and the first inclusion actually, if you see, comes from the fact that if you need to create space, how will you create it? So I'm a proponent of reservation on that, because the seats were reserved, you got people into the roles. That's one. Second, in terms of how will you break the gender roles, it's by educating people more and more. So number of, it's very simple. The number of students who are female getting into the system have increased over a period of time. The numbers have started increasing, and they are getting into various fields, and everyone looks up to some or the other role model. I looked at it. I'm sure every one of you who, when you were growing up, had a role model, and the set of people who will be listening to you will be having you as a role model. So if there are role models, people will dream and people will try to achieve their dream. And that's what the fact is. As an organization, what are we doing? We are creating a mechanism through which we can create a place which is having a fair play. And when I say fair play, it would mean that every individual will get equal opportunity to perform within the system. Right? It is the function of anyone taking a role will not be limited to the gender they belong to, or will not be limited to what kind of function they are bringing in. Many companies do, okay, if they're women, they need to get extra compensation. Let's compensate them. Let's give them some extra leaves. It won't help creating a gender equality. What will help, obviously, is those strategic decision-making positions. Do we have women in that? So that's very clearly what would be there. You asked me about, what kind of qualities that a woman should have to lead. Look, the power of compassion definitely is there. The amount of compassion a leader must have. So that's a bit natural when it comes to women. So that's an added point. The other would be what would be required for a leader, right? Strategic orientation, outside in thinking, look at the team, developing the first in line, develop talent pipeline, and given the fact that you know the business. So that's what I would share in form of.
Excellent, excellent, Sumit. Very happy to know that you touched upon compassion, because this is one quality which somewhere in the journey gets forgotten, and it is so important that you remember where you came from and how tough the journey was, and the climb was so tough too. And accordingly, you offer that helping hand, to those who are still climbing up. I think that's wonderful. So I think along with compassion come a few of these things, like maybe in our business, of course, now a lot of things are mandatory. Like if you have laborers working at the site, you need to have a facility for their kids and stuff like that, and women's safety and all those issues also, I think, become a part of that compassion net. So I think that's wonderful. And Sumit, in your TED talk, you mentioned that you went to Mauritius, and you had a whole lot of your seniors there, and you had to actually be the leader and kind of lead from the front and fix a big problem which had happened there. And how you kind of handled it. Do you think that women, when they are in a leadership role, and for them a situation like that would be even tougher? Firstly, discuss the situation. I would like you to share that with my audience. And then if you were a woman, how different would it have been for you?
Okay, so let me first talk this situation, which is easier to talk about. I don't know what I would have done, but fine, I'll give it a shot to both. So this was the year 2008, and I was working for a firm called Hewitt Associates. It's a consulting firm. I was in Jordan, Amman, doing a project, and was not a great day. It was 26/11/2008 actually, when the Bombay attack happened. And they have in front of US Embassy, they have a large CNN screen which was beaming the visuals live. And I got a call from my Gurgaon office. They said that, Sumit, drop your plans to come back to India. You have to go to Mauritius. There is a problem in the project. It was actually a time-bound project. We had one project from a government agency. It is a Central Electricity Board of Mauritius, CEB Mauritius. It's for the island nation of 40 by 60 kilometers. That was the only electricity board, and the project was very big in terms of end-to-end HR transformation, process reengineering, restructuring the organization, restructuring the HR processes, and so on. And they had pretty much accepted a team which was given in RFP. So in all these government projects, you have to give a RFP which mentions very clearly who will be the project team. The project manager actually had disappeared. He was from Mauritius. Obviously, he had a problem at home and he had to fly back, and he had resigned as well. So I was, given the charge because they wanted someone who was an engineer and an MBA, preferably a mechanical or electrical engineer. So I actually because I went to Amman for 3 days, and I had to get some dresses which make me look like consultant. So I stayed back in Dubai for a day, picked up a bag, picked up a whole lot of stuff, and then I traveled to Mauritius. I landed in Mauritius, straight away went to the client, and I got to know that okay, we have a review with the board of directors, and the board was headed by the deputy prime minister of the country. I said, we are dead. The project will stall because he'll be very angry with what has happened. Because it was a time-bound 18-week project, the first phase of it. And we had already spent 4 weeks with nothing. So I spoke to the local HR manager. I told him that, look, I have come in. I need to understand what has happened. I have no clue. I've only read the RFP in the flight while I'm landing here. So some of the challenges were, so he said, okay, fine. I understand, Sumit, you have challenges. The evening meeting, I'll mitigate. You'll just prepare one slide by the evening about your plan to go forward. Go ahead. And that's where I realized the big challenges. So I was from a particular batch from XLRI, and I had people who were senior to me in the system. I was actually, in fact, at that point of time, was the youngest in the team, very clearly. And I started getting that feel, okay, how can we report, work with him? You are junior, etc. So I could feel the body language. Somehow managed that day. After 2 days, again, the same situation. No one is talking. They are grumpy. No one is responding to what I'm saying. On the third evening, when I reached there, I actually sat across the table and said, look, boss, we need to move on. I need to understand what your plans are. And also, I do understand that you have challenges working with me because in your head, I'm your junior. But I'm the project manager. I have to work like a project manager. So forget about what roles we had in the past. This is the role we have at this time. And if some of you want to travel back, this is the flight ticket, please go back home. One of them actually traveled back, but we did the project really well. It ended with close to 60% profitability. We got a follow-up business on that. An 18-week project became a 14-month project that way. So what happened was plain talks straight away that, look, this is what this means. No sugarcoating, fact of the matter. And obviously after a few days, I looked at cutting costs very clearly. We picked up a sea-facing beach bungalow and we had fun of our life in those 14 months. Now the question is, if I would have been a woman, what different, how different would it have been? I think the challenge is all here. It is not, and the brain is similar for both men and women. Right? It's all about, am I a woman? Am I supposed to say this? Is the question that most of the women I have seen at least asking. Even my wife faces that challenge in her office, despite the fact she's one of the most aggressive women I've met. No, okay, cut this. In terms of it's all here. I don't think I would have done anything different on that. But obviously the situation I've seen most of the women holding on till the time it reaches a particular level and then there is a blast. So I would expect or encourage everyone, whenever it is the time, speak. There is no harm in it at the end of it.
Fantastic. I think fantastic. I loved your answer, Sumitji, that it's all in mind and it doesn't matter whether you're a man or a woman. To do the right thing, there's just one way, just do it right. And, gender should not come there. Absolutely. And in fact, on Saturday, I was, at an awards function here at AeroCity. And I had the pleasure of interacting with the ASI Seema Dhaka, who has saved 76 kidnapped children during the pandemic, kidnapped children and united them with their families. And when I was having this conversation with her, I was getting goosebumps, and she told me the same thing. She says, "Kya farak padta hai, whether I'm a woman or a man? I mean, the risk is the same for both. So it's just about your goal that, yes, if you want to do it, you will do it, and you will emerge successful and stronger, of course." So that was very interesting, Sumitji. And in fact, when there are so many women here and we all love to talk and we have so many stories, it's great to see you participating wholeheartedly and giving us as many words and sentences as the women. That's lovely. Absolutely. I would once again go back to Sheila ji, because we must get the benefit of her experience for sure. Sheila ji, some of the tech trends that will shape the industry's future going forward, could you share those with us, please?
Yeah. I think let me first start from the drawing board. I think at the drawing board level, there's an integration of the BIM platform is a great, technology that is available to us, where we can, create the model and integrate and, look at the various, like, the MEP, the HVAC, the electrical, the structural, and see whether there are any clashes. These are all things that were unheard of, because we had to learn it the hard way working at site, and especially with our drawing tools like AutoCAD, where you draw lines, visualization becomes very difficult. So I think BIM is a fantastic technology product that will help our industry. And going further to the execution, I think 3D printing has phenomenal potential. It is just that we have not got the right material and the scale of 3D printing. But once that is worked out, I think it is fantastic. And then artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, like rapid prototyping with where your 3D model can completely create an actual model is something which is phenomenal. And that's machine learning. AI is, I think, a great thing, because I think AI, sometimes I do feel that AI might even take over designers, because I feel that AI can obviously, with those banks of computers, they can analyze, there's data available, they can analyze very fast, and they can come up with solutions which are kind of answers to many issues. So AI is something that can change the world and the way it thinks. But at the same time, I'm a little wary, because you don't have that individualistic human touch to it. So it might. I don't know. I hope I live to see AI and the way it affects design. But I am a little wary about what machines can do and will do. But I think that is another important aspect of technology. And of course, you have what else do you have? The Internet of Things. I think the Internet of Things is something that is amazing. We're able to connect. We're able to connect our devices. Today, technology has become so easy. Communication has become so easy. We are doing this lovely conference sitting in our own rooms, wherever, all over India. It could similarly be all over the world. So you can interact, you can communicate, and you can connect with devices. And people at the World Economic Forum were, when I was at the last meeting, were talking about how do people connect brains? How does intelligence get connected? So this is something that has fascinated me, because I think the way forward is collaboration, and how people should get together and not work in silos, but come out, talk about things, and try and see how they can contribute, whether men, women, children, youngsters, older people, people with expertise, young minds, all together, and try and contribute and see how to evolve a solution which is equitable and inclusive. So I think that is very important. And as far as the climate change and our planet concerns are concerned, we did work at the forum on many issues where climate change can be mitigated or can be tackled through these so-called disruptive technologies. So though they seem disruptive in the beginning, how do we use it to the advantage to see that they contribute and they work positively towards checking climate change So we have all these sensors, we have all these meters, so data is available, analysis is possible. So I think life will become much easier, and the projects, the scale will become much larger. So that's a fantastic opportunity, I think, for mankind to see how we can, collaborate, work together, and evolve solutions.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Those are wonderful insights. I will once again go back to our extremely bubbly and effervescent Sheetal Bilkar. Sheetal, I was in a panel earlier today, and there was this lady, Marianne, from the western part of the world, and she mentioned that initially when she started her MEP work, she would write the name of her organization, but she would consciously not put her name on the visiting card, because even in that part of the world, men were biased. How is she going to handle our entire MEP work? Have you ever faced that in the Indian scenario? And if you have, please do share with us how you handled it.
Definitely, I have gone through instances where people were doubting whether she will be able to take up MEP. These are all critical services. And when I started, I was quite young. So I was around 28-year-old. And usually consultancy, people go after years of experience, people start consultancy work. And I was a young lady with pretty face. So people were always doubting me whether she will take up, So I want to share.
I like your honesty and your the way your heart comes out when you speak. Yes, please.
These are true experiences. We understand when a person talks to you, how that person doubts you. And I have faced this a lot. I used to wear saris those days, used to wear spectacles just to look older. So people will take me.
Huh?
Yeah, and intelligent.
You're still wearing your specs, but we would like to see you with your hard hat in the end. Yes.
So yeah, people were doubting, and I was of course very young that time, and but every project taught me, and I'm a quick learner, and I kept on upgrading myself to the level where I have come now. But that time, definitely, I have gone through a journey where people were doubting me. When I was going to sites, for the slab checkings, it was difficult for me, very difficult. In fact, those times, you have to walk on those construction sites, no proper safety arrangements. You go for conduit checking. Even if you trip, there is nobody to give you hand because they are all, away from you because you are a female. So those kind of experiences, my God. So, and you know what, I was having fear of heights, and I literally used to get sweating when I used to go for that slab checkings and all. But I've gone through all these experiences, and now I'm smiling and talking to you. But that time it was really very difficult for me, to do everything alone.
Absolutely. When these irritants are happening in your life, and when you're surrounded by insecure people, and intellectual supremacy becomes what should I say, mind game. It is not easy when you're going through it. But the best part is that if you can laugh about it later, and at the same time, if you can achieve your goal, that's what winners are all about, right? So wonderful.
So true.
Yeah, I want to once again go back to Dr. Sunita. I'm so fascinated by all the work she has done in research and her journey and everything, Infosys and now Mahindra. Sunita, can you share something about these smart buildings and smart building material and all this that is happening now? And of course, in some of your projects, a few things must have been used. Would you like to share some of that with us?
Sure, absolutely. So before coming to smart buildings, I think what can drive sustainable productivity, it's
Yeah.
standardization of design and construction processes, and that's a huge amount of work and digitalization that goes in this process, right? So that improves accountability, that brings in a change in the way people look at things, because now it is very system oriented, process oriented, not people dependent. Then it brings in a sense of continuity. So therefore, we'll bring in resource efficiency, lower cost of construction, increased focus on safety, data, the disclosures piece. So even before we get to the smart thing, I think the construction sector itself needs to focus on digitalization of basic processes, and that's where a lot of work needs to be done. In our organization, we have a huge focus on digitalization of all processes, which we are now seeing the results that it is bringing in increased accountability, productivity, and you know where to go to, where all drawings are, which is the latest version of the drawing, so that you don't go wrong. Then you can't say, hey, this was not the drawing that I should have built. This, because the version is there, it is out there, checked, approved, reviewed, and so on. So then coming to smart buildings, technology focus is huge against, the with the current leadership. Our CEO is a believer of, strong believer of technology. And we are bringing in a lot of innovative things that can go to improve energy efficiency. Then induction-based exercising mechanisms for all the homes that we build, innovative ideas and pilots around water metering, sensor-based technologies, sewage treatment plants. Can you monitor it online? The smart rain water management, smart water management in place. So all these pilots are in work, and we are looking at how technology can help us create a high performance building or higher performance building. So these are the pieces of work that we are doing. Apart from that, many of you may be aware that we have actually created a center, which is the Mahindra Terry Center of Excellence. It's a research center, but though it is a research center, it is actually a center where you can test your building materials. Whatever type of materials are available that can create better buildings can be tested over there for U values and the thermal transmittance, and so that we can understand what materials to be used. The other thing that we are working on is the thermal comfort, visual comfort, and sky modeling. So this is the other three other areas of work, plus water sustainability. So water sustainability, looking at the user part of the story, the conservation part of the story, and looking at what can be done on the behavioral interventions that can bring in water conservation in the used phase of the buildings, primarily residential, and the smart metering, the management, plus the behavioral piece, plus looking at the macro picture of water at regional levels, whether it is Chennai, Delhi, or Pune. Pune report was launched last November. Chennai is due, and we are working on the Gurgaon report on water sustainability. So these are the pieces of scientific work that we are involved with. But from a digital aspect, building technologies are coming up very, very quickly, and we are focused on creating better buildings and bringing in various mechanisms to see how we can manage and improve the performance of buildings using technology.
Right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sunita, for that. So I'll Sheetal Rakheja. I just wanted to understand from you, if you can share with us, according to you, based on your experience, what are the advantages that women workforce bring to our sector? And you've been into design and architecture, and you've seen the entire gamut, and end to end, you've seen projects and kind of finished them. So women workforce, what do they bring? That's question one. And the second question is that, this whole Dwarka Expressway stretch where Nitin Gadkari ji just said that next year before Independence Day, that road would be inaugurated. According to you and based on your experience, how do you see that micro market developing? So first is about women, what they bring, and the second is about a real life example now and how that would change that micro market.
So as far as women is concerned, I feel just like a child needs both parents, a woman and a man, to kind of, for the overall development. So it's always, women have more, I feel that, they have more compassion. They bring a different perspective to projects, which I felt because I have a team. I have a team of both men and women with me, who are architects and interior designers. The way women think is very different than what, a man would think. More compassion, more emotional feeling to a project, I would say. So that becomes very important. And I feel that, they would get more into the detailing part of it. And in project, we have projects where we were very tight and small spaces. They somehow have this ingenious way of getting more out of less, I felt, So they can, we as women can carve out everything out of a small space also. So that I felt was very important in a project, from smaller to the larger project. I felt that women were more compassionate towards nature. So when we design, like I said, that for us, nature was very important. We ensure that in our projects, whether they are we've done smallest to the largest scale project, millions of square feet, where we've gotten nature, we've ensured there's natural daylight, overall well-being. So I felt that women had more push towards that, and how you'll get nature, how will you ensure that, it's protected, it's well taken care of. So that compassionate thing that women can get, I think it just changes the whole perspective and the angle, and they'll have some very ingenious ideas. I also felt that, women in my team, I feel that, we are struggling with some very practical ideas, and they'll come up with an idea which is totally different. Kisko aap aise jugaad karke bhi kar sakte ho. So that factor I felt was there with the women, because they know in their houses, they have to make the most of the smallest thing, even when the funds are less, they'll still make the best out of that. So that that perspective is always there with women. I somehow found them to be more, so while men are more efficient, fast, women will get involved and do it to the T, the detailing to the T. They'll be involved in the project till the end of the project, till it's not handed over. It's like a baby, they're nurturing. So it's that's what I felt. Women, it's
I
just so beautiful.
completely agree with you, and I would second you on that.
Yeah.
I think somehow they are born perfectionists. They either don't get into something, but if they do get into it,
yes,
then
it has to be the depths of it. It
has to be
there's
served
nothing
in
at the
style.
top level. It is, you have to go to the depth of it, and the best is making the most from the least. That's what I felt, and I feel, now with things changing. Earlier, there were too many limitations which women felt. Please stay immediately to continue. Sorry, I think there's some disturbance. So earlier, I mean, now the women, there are more women who've joined us, and they have the freedom to work, and it's nice to see them there. You fill up the office with so much liveliness, and it's just a total different ball game having all these women there. And I'm fortunate I have a great team who shares my passion and compassion for green buildings, for architecture. So we all work towards that. Wastage nahi hona chahiye, even when you're doing a glazing, a facade for large offices or anything, they ensure that wastages are bare minimum. I feel that men do look at it, but not as much. So here you will bring down the wastages to even, the room sizes, they would do it, that tile itna size ka milta hai, so room size modular hona chahiye, you will reduce. So we've done projects where our wastages are down to bare minimum. So those things I feel only a woman, I mean, I'm sure men do that. But
that sensitivity and personal touch, I think
we
all must clap for ourselves on that.
Yes, true. Yes, true.
Yes. So what do you think about the Dwarka Expressway stretch? Now with infrastructure being at, a feverish speed, so to say.
Yeah, I feel that all the cities and all the smart cities, as we call it, developing along all these expressways and all, they do have a lot of potential in terms of IT enabled and all of that. But somewhere I feel that it's that the human touch is somewhere missing. So cities, I feel they are not a product of just one day. They grow over time. To understand how our Indian cities, the context, the way they have evolved, what are the requirements, that's very important than just digitalization and just doing a master plan and doing with it. So I feel that somewhere that thing is needs to be addressed a little bit more, where more involvement of ecological architects and more involvement of historians and people who've actually seen the cities grow and what is really required. That should be there. I think things are becoming too infrastructure and too mechanized or IT, and it's that human touch. The real cities are to be enjoyed, to be lived, and if you have to live green and sustainable way, you have to give the space which kind of enhances that. The context is somehow got missed somewhere. They are just replication of things. So I feel somewhere that like we said, integration, and right now we are so all connected. So to have that brainstorming, to actually evolve out of that, there's somewhere it's missing, I feel.
Yeah,
that needs to be enhanced.
I think it's a very valid point that cities are designed for people, and there should be spaces where people can really enjoy those cities. So I think just like Hyde Park in London or Central Park in New York, these are congregating spaces, and there are painters there, singers there, musicians there. Everybody is not as lucky as Sheila ji that office may be paid hai or office bhi hai or coffee bhi hai, and but yeah, it makes such a huge difference because ultimately we are a part of nature, and we must provide for nature in those spaces. That's a very thank you so much for that idea, Sheetal. It's an awesome thought. Prerna, I haven't forgotten you. I started with you, our inspiration. How do you think the power of 500,000 can shape the future of design and construction industry?
Thank you,
Prerna,
Dr.
are you with
Raghuvanshi.
us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Oh, great.
All right. So, Dr. Raghuvanshi, I think I'm the last speaker for the panel, and I'm going to kind of step back a little and talk about some of the hard facts that we have when it comes to the construction industry. So construction industry is the second largest contributor to economic activity in India, and it contributes to about 5% of country's GDP. Now, 50% of population in India, women are definitely in a unique position to contribute to this GDP, or rather add to it. There is a recent study by IMF that pointed out that measures to close the gender gap could lead to 6 to 8% gain in the GDP as compared to the business as usual scenario. And in construction industry, women are essentially engaged at 3 levels. The first of it is the technical positions as policymakers, engineers, architects, or entrepreneurs from innovation ecosystem, etc. The second level is the administrative positions, that is HR, finance. And the third level is the construction laborers. And I think the most vulnerable of them. The construction sector actually employs about 35 million people, out of which only 30% is women. Now, when we closely examine this percentage, it becomes evident that there is a paucity of women in technical and managerial roles, particularly in roles like civil engineers, architects, structural engineers, etc. The representation accounts for only 1.4% currently. This whole percentages of technical and managerial role is accounting for 1.4% women workforce. And additionally, in India, out of this, only 1 to 2% women only reach to the top level management. So today we are in a panel which is actually about 2% of women. Now, some of the challenges that we need to address for women to really contribute more more robustly in the sector is to actually look at the gender discrimination aspect of it, to look at pay inequalities, to see or to channelize more opportunities for leadership roles, to look at how we can support the whole system by contributing in the areas of childcare and elderly care, because these are some of the most common reasons why women drop out of the workforce of construction sector. And in my opinion, these challenges can easily be overcome if we create a culture and promote equity and avoid gender discrimination. We drive career development through diverse work assignments, nurture the culture of empathy, and provide support in areas of childcare and geriatric services, and invest in continued training for evolving better work cultures through the lens of gender equity. This will definitely give a boost to women participation. And I think why I'm insisting on the whole participation part is because when I was trying to find some facts around the participation of women in the construction sector and the kind of skill that they bring on table, I was quite taken aback by looking at 2% scenario for us. And I think there is a 40 years of research on this topic actually points to that women are better leaders because they're skillful in setting basic expectations. They encourage positive team environment. They provide employees with opportunities to develop with a career, and they are skillful in relationships that has trust, mutual respect, mindfulness, open communication, and acceptance for diversity. As a concluding point, I would say globally, the Sustainable Development Goals discusses that gender equity is not only a fundamental human right, but a necessary foundation for a peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable world. On the other hand, the UN Habitat's new urban agenda emphasizes on equal participation of women in shaping growth of cities. However, for India, besides complementing the global agenda of gender equity, 50% women participation is essential to achieve Atmanirbhar Bharat. Thank you so much.
Yeah. No, I completely resonate that thought that 50% of our population has to contribute in order for us to actually achieve what we are dreaming of, as a generation. I think we are overshooting our time, but one quick last question from Sumit. The number of women in construction has been on the rise. What attributes to this change, according to you?
Two or three things, I believe. One, obviously, is the number of people who are getting educated in the sector. The number is growing up. And when we talk of the sector has multiple parts, right? Architecture, interior designing, and then the construction work comes in. And even within construction, if we take construction workers, again, the split is pretty much same. Male-female ratio is the same. It's a set of people who are actually doing the advisory work in construction, real estate, etc. That has gone up, no doubt about it. It's a combination of two things to me. One, about the education, and second, the success of people. In the last decade or so, I've seen a lot many construction firms, especially the ones which are now growing in size. They are setting up processes which are enabling their employees, from a gender equality perspective. So that is also going to play a significant role, very clearly. And as we get into this segment, one thing that the government has done really well is investment in infrastructure. And I did hear about Atmanirbhar Bharat. So fact is about, if 50% of our workforce is not participating in an area where the government is investing, which is infrastructure, it won't be successful. So we will continue to see the impetus as we keep moving forward from that.
Thank you so much, Sumit. I am so tempted to do a rapid fire round with all of you. Other than your work, one thing that is there, your dream or your wish list, which you are yet to achieve. So, Sheetal first.
Okay, I want to make a film on a social cause. So that is yet to achieve.
Great. Prerna, what about you?
I want to be continuously associated with the education sector. I have been associated with it off and on, but I think a continued engagement would be a
Awesome. Quickly, I think we need to wrap up. They're calling me again and again. So, Sheetal Rakheja.
I have two dreams. One is to make a school for the underprivileged, which is zero water, zero energy, and zero waste. And it's a school which will be just made out of just complete waste thing. And of course, with the brains of the children also, because I feel young minds have great brains. Second thing I want to see is India the world leader in this sustainable movement, and complete.
Awesome.
Yes.
Awesome. Sunita, and then Sheila ji, and then Sumit.
So, Dr. Ananta, it's I need to finish my Arangetram. That's one. And the other one, probably set up a waste management company.
Great. Please do send me an invite. I would love to come for it. So I think Sheila ji and then Sumit, right?
So what I would do next? Is that the question?
But not related to your work, not related to your job, nothing.
Yeah. See, I want to create a system where businesses start looking at the triple bottom line of planet, people, and profit together. Rather than just profit. So I feel that when I was maybe a teenager when the business management curriculum developed, and we had managers business who looking at things like operations management and finance and marketing, etc. But then I think there needs to be people who can orchestrate sustainability within an organization, and my dream is to train this brood of people who can look at it to in totality to get holistic sustainability, because I don't think people can I'm sorry to say, but I don't think just managers trained are able to look at it like this, because they work in silos. In any organization, you have HR, you have marketing, you have production, you have whatever, raw materials. You might have a sustainability group, but the sustainability group I find is so is there, but has no teeth, if I may say so. I don't know, but I think to get this, I think we need like the crusaders for sustainability. You have to get these professionals into into our workforce, so that they are able to orchestrate this holistic sustainability and make conduct it like a music conductor to see that everybody tangles around.
Great. So I think we've covered everybody. Sumit, you have very few seconds left.
Sure, absolutely. That's always been the case, while writing an exam. So let me give a quick one. I wish to, be someone who can give in the message to the generation or generations to come that it's okay to fail. Don't put yourself to the sword if you have not scored 90%. I never crossed 80 in my life. And you have the capability and you can grow. If I can, you can as well. I always believed in the warrior Arjuna who had the focus, that I always felt that I'm following that. Today I was called Krishna. So I want to be the Krishna for the Arjuna, on that. So that's what I can say.
Awesome. Thank you so much, all of you. It's been wonderful interacting with you. Let's keep embracing uncertainty and let's remain exuberantly alive. A very happy Women's Day to all of you lovely girls. And thank you so much, Suman.
Pleasure.
Thank you
So much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lovely being
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will keep in touch. We will keep in touch and collaborate.
Surely, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I'm just going to quickly request all our panelists to not leave as yet, because though we have a paucity of time, Sapna is online right now to ask you a couple of questions. So
lovely, lovely. So we better wear our hard hats.
So we have lots of questions, but
I their hats may wear them.
I think I should take my leave.
You told me to carry mine.
Okay,
Sorry, I have
Sheilaji,
not
I
carried.
believe you need to leave, Sheilaji. So we'll say thank you so
Thanks.
much for joining.
Bye.
Sapna, even I have to leave. As I told you, I have an event to
Sure,
attend.
please go ahead.
Thank you.
So much. Thank you for sharing your views.
Thank you so much.
So I have one quick question. Probably Sumit, being an HR director here, are women less likely to promote themselves and put themselves forward for promotions? One quick answer on that.
1 minute. It's let me quickly tell you this.
Yes, please.
Before I leave, because I think we always fight shy to project ourselves. At least that speaks of me, because that's why I jumped in to answer this. And another important thing that I find is that we women do not encourage women. Intrinsically, we feel very diffident to encourage women. So I think we should, because get over that very quickly. And yes, as you said, we do not
get over that
ourselves.
shyness and also promote other women.
No, but then I think you don't need to be very pushy also.
Okay,
if you do your things right.
What difference do you find, Sumit?
This is for you, Sapna.
Thank you so much.
Encouraging you for putting us all together.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we had a lovely panel. Sumit, what do you think? Are men more, aggressive towards promoting themselves, and women are not so much?
So let me use a statement which my manager of yesteryears used to speak. If you don't blow your trumpet, someone would use it as a spittoon. So fact of the matter is, until and unless you talk about yourself, the work which is being done by you, it would be very difficult for someone to get noticed, whether you are a man or a woman. If you ask my experiences, I've seen women don't express themselves and they are content with what is going on. Right? For example, the noise a man will make, if not they are not promoted versus a woman, definitely there is a difference. If I say no, everyone is equal, I would be wrong.
Okay. So that is correct. Women need to start putting themselves forward. That's one challenge probably women face. Now, one single line answer from everyone: how can men contribute more to women empowerment? Prerna, starting from you, one line answer: how can men contribute towards women empowerment?
I think they should start encouraging more. We look around us and we see most of these conferences, discussions, etc., heavily inclined towards manels, as we call them. So I think there has to be a conscious effort towards bringing women on board.
Okay, and conscious effort from men's side, what Prerna says. Sheetal, Rakheja, your view on that. How can men help women empower?
Just consider them as equals.
Okay, so there is no men or women, everyone is equal, just consider the capabilities.
Yeah, I think they should just start considering us as equals. That would be more than enough.
Okay, we are definitely
otherwise we'll find our own passions.
Sunita, your view.
They should get out of the way.
Okay, let's not be that rude.
I'm being very aggressive, but I think equals and not to create any roadblocks. I would say, putting it nicely.
Okay, all right. So men should help women, consider them equal, and not create roadblocks. Anantaji, what do you have to say? One line.
Don't overanalyze a person. Don't overanalyze a person, because we don't overanalyze men, why they are wearing what they are wearing, why they are eating what they are wearing, whom they are meeting outside of office. So don't overanalyze and don't waste too much of unproductive time and all that.
Okay, so let's not judge women
because there are so few women. Yeah. It is very interesting, that's to know, okay, is she a vegetarian? Okay, what are her interests? What does she wear?
Ananta
So
is saying, let's not judge
don't be
women.
opinionated. Just
women don't
it's
judge
a new
men.
generation coming in.
Your last
move
view.
forward and accept them. Yeah.
Right. So very simple. They are the client. Let them take the decision. Don't take decision for them.
Okay, fantastic. Don't take decision on behalf of them. So some very great views that we have got from our panel. Kavya, what do you have to say? We had some awesome views from all our panelists. Over to you.
Absolutely, absolutely, Sapna. Thank you for that. But thank you indeed to all of our panelists, because we managed to understand not just some hard-hitting facts, which is very important for us to sort of understand that, yes, this is the reality. No sugarcoating out there in the fact that this is how the industry functions, but getting the reality of it from women and from Mr. Sumit as well. I think it's brought about a whole new way of thinking how the industry functions. And I think we've had a beautiful start with the panel discussion. I can't help but thank you all for joining us on this Power Pack Day and for sharing your Power Pack thoughts. Thank you once again to all of our panelists. And thank you, Sapna. All right. Well, attendees, I must admit that every perspective that was flowing in made all of us go like, oh, wow, that was an important point. I'm sure all of you were taking down notes just the way I was in my notepad. But on that note, I'm sure all of you are also looking forward to our next session. And I believe all of our panelists have joined us in, and it's time to get that started. But before that, we'd also like to take a look at this AV. And while we do so, do continue to tag us. Our social media handles are @RP Realty Plus on Facebook, @RP Realty Plus on Twitter, and RP_Realty on Instagram. While you do that, let's take a look at the next AV.
When fire strikes, there is limited time to escape and no time for unreliable safety equipment. That's when your reputation is most on the line. Not all orange pipe is the same, so make sure to install the reliability of a BlazeMaster CPVC fire protection system, the most specified non-metallic fire protection system in the world that has one simple goal: to save lives and property. BlazeMaster Fire Protection System's lightweight construction and simple joining system creates a cost-effective and easy-to-install fire suppression solution, providing property developers, engineers, and installers with protection against their profit loss and reputation damage. With worldwide approvals from industry standards and certification bodies, along with the specialized advice and support from the most professional team in the industry, you can count on BlazeMaster pipes and fittings for your next residential or retrofit project. Unlike with steel piping systems, a BlazeMaster fire protection system delivers optimal flow rates and excellent hydraulic capabilities. BlazeMaster, specially engineered CPVC technology from the LUBRIZOL Corporation, also offers superior ease and speed of installation, with reliable protection at lower material cost and proven performance that won't diminish over time. So, when fire strikes, and there are lives and property at risk, trust your reputation to BlazeMaster's fire protection systems. BlazeMaster, delivering reliability for life.
Well, on that note, it's time to march ahead towards our next panel discussion. And the next exciting session, in fact, is on the topic Unlocking Women Potential in Building Materials Industry. I would love to quickly invite all of our speakers on the screen. But first up, let me begin with our session moderator, our eminent moderator. We have with us Dr. Ananya Gandotra, Head of Design and Sustainability with Birla Estate Private Limited. In fact, she would be spearheading this beautiful panel discussion. She's a leader in real estate with 27 years of experience across various asset class and currently heading design, engineering, and sustainability at Birla Estates. Well, it's also time to introduce our distinguished set of speakers in the alphabetical order. So first up, if I may please invite Lainey Loiter, who is a Fire Protection Manager North America with the LUBRIZOL Corporation. And for more than 5 years, she's been in the fire protection industry and she's passionate about her role in advancing the awareness and benefits of fire sprinkler systems across all the residential, multifamily, and commercial market segments. We're also joined by Millie Majumdar, who's a Managing Director, GBCI India, and Senior Vice President, USGBC. And Millie is responsible for technical adaptation and customization of the portfolio of rating systems of GBCI for the Asia Pacific region. An architect and a building technologies specialist, she's also the member of Committee for Formulation of Energy Conservation Building Codes for India, member of Committee of Bureau of Indian Standards for Revision and Updating of National Building Code of India. We now move on to also inviting on board Pratima Joshi, founding member and executive director, Shelter Associates. She's someone who's recognized the issues around provision of safe access to water, sanitation, social housing, waste management, etc. 2 decades before today's focus. In fact, she's also been identified by BBC as leading slum architect of India and recognized as a social entrepreneur by Ashoka Fellowship. We'd also like to further invite Radha Ramanujan, who's the Chief Financial Officer, Eliaxis SA, Ashirwad Pipes, and as a CFO for over 16 years with an overall experience of 28 years, Radha has a proven record of establishing cross-functional partnerships to turn around the company's results. In fact, her experience spans across multicultural, varied business organizations. We'd also like to invite on board Rakhi Deepak, who's the National Secretary, FSAI, and founder and managing director, Sagtor Universal. Rakhi, in fact, has over 20 years of experience in business management with a core business operations in design, supply, installation, and servicing of the IBMS fire safety and security systems as well. And with that, may I also invite Santa Gaur, who is a principal architect and co-founder, Infinity Design Studio, and director, Planet 3 Studios Architecture Private Limited, a young internationally award-winning practice that represents the vanguard of future-forward design in India by addressing the fundamentals through intense programming. This is led by none other than Santa Gaur. So it's wonderful indeed to have such power-packed panelists joining us. And without any delay, may I please hand over the proceedings to our fabulous session moderator, Dr. Ananya Gandotra. With that, over to you there.
Thank you, Kavya. Is my audio okay?
Absolutely, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you for giving us such a nice introduction. So this panel is a power pack panel, as Kavya just mentioned, and I'll be breaking it up into primarily 3 parts. Since we see it's, people like women are from diverse fields here. So we would like to get first part, their views in their own expertise or rather domains. And the second part, we will have more discussions on gender parity and inclusion as a part of the International Women's Day panel here. And finally, I would like to take a few questions from which would be pouring in, I'm sure. So starting, I'll be posing my question to Millie. So Millie, I just wanted to understand a little bit about the rating systems. So I understand rating systems help in devising a more carbon neutral strategy for projects. How can the collaboration be improved, both with private partnership as well as government policymakers? Could you throw some light on that, Millie?
Thank you so much, and it's so wonderful to join you all, ladies, for this wonderful panel. And a very happy Women's Day to all of you. Thanks, Ananya. Of course, I now lead different rating systems in my current position. But I have extensive, kind of practicing and research experience in the building material segment. And what I feel is that government and private sector have equal role to play in moving forward the green building, kind of industry, moving forward the industry holistically. Rating is an enabler. What rating does is it puts things in perspective. It gives a very good framework for measuring, for checking performance, and also tell you where you are with respect to certain benchmark, whether it is international or domestic. But the primary goal of all of us, and currently also we have faced the pandemic, and now more than ever, we feel the need for sustainability, for resilience, and for a healthier planet. So if we do not work, so there is no distinguishing role between government and private sector in this. However, the government can set very strong standards and enabling policies and frameworks, as well as create incentives that can give the necessary impetus. But the private sector also is equally responsible to take it forward. So I'll take a pause here, but in nutshell, I think rating is an enabler to take the collective, experiences of both the sectors forward towards a common agenda.
Thank you, Millie. Thank you. My next question is to Rakhi. Okay, perhaps we can have Rakhi's video on. Yeah, hi, Rakhi.
Hi.
So my question to you is about AI. So AI adoption in IBMS, fire safety and security can play a very important and critical role. Can you suggest us some ways through which this adoption can be more immersive than what it is currently, especially highlighting on the Indian sector, Indian building industry sector?
AI is just not very common, which we are not using in the building management industry now. But what I feel is getting very highly skilled people and experienced operators for handling all our operations are little challenging nowadays. So this artificial intelligence technique can help in experienced machine operating to carry out complex tasks and all that, especially in the building management industry. And as per the studies, this artificial intelligence division deals with the security robots. So the division of the security robo will benefit most from this adoption of artificial intelligence, and which is followed by data analysis and video analytics. So it will be very it will be an advantage to post a robo which is managed by artificial intelligence in a security area, which is little far away from the nearest population center. Or it may be necessary to have an enhanced security presence next to a nation's power grid or a water supply or a toxic generating plant or anything like that. These type of areas, artificial intelligence play a very important invasive role. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, Rakhi. So next I'll move on to Laini. Thank you for joining in. Perhaps it's very, very late hours for you, previous day or whatever, early in the morning. So my question, hi Laini. So my question is, as a young woman entering into the fire protection industry, can you elaborate from your learnings on how important is fire and life safety in buildings?
Yeah, sure. Thank you for the question. The answer is that it's incredibly important, and it's something that maybe people take for granted or you don't necessarily think of every day on a daily basis. But now, having been in the fire protection industry for so long, it comes to mind every single day. And some of the data is frankly just scary. The place that you are most likely to get injured or die from a fire is actually in your own home. And that's anywhere in the world, not just in the United States, not just in India, it's anywhere in the world. And so it is so important if you live alone or if you have a family, to always practice a fire escape plan, and not only just think about it, but actually practice it, so that when in the event that a fire does happen, you're able to evacuate safely and limit the damage of the fire. And then also, it's just important that you're always following building codes and standards and constructing with fire and life safety in mind, just to really limit the amount of damage or harm that a fire can do to the building and to the people inside of it.
Thank you. And I do feel personally the fact that we have a couple of women who are working in a in a hardcore construction field like fire protection industry, it shows that women have really arrived in this industry. So thank you for sharing your thoughts, Laini. I'll move on to Pratima. Thank you, Laini. Move on to Pratima. My question to you is, I understand you're leading an organization with a good gender ratio. How can we make work environment and organization as a whole more gender neutral? So this is a very gender neutral question to you, Pratima.
Thank you so much, Ananya. I'm glad you asked me that question because, you know, I've been leading this organization for the last 3 decades or so, and I've always had women dominating, you know, the total number of people who work with us, and especially at mid-managerial level. But having said that, I don't really believe that gender can drive gender equality. I really believe that, you know, it's important that you create an extremely inclusive, nurturing environment where both men and women are, you know, equally involved. So, you know, we have an environment where people are working across the various silos, you know, that they might be responsible for. But it's an environment which is so enabling that we have a very low dropout rate to begin with. We've all gone through, you know, these problems of childbearing and whatnot, you know, things which women always face. I mean, not to say that people don't face, women are not facing these challenges. I know that you cannot, for instance, ignore the fact that there are challenges with gender parity when it comes to basic wages, you know, unequal wages or safety and these kind of things. But I think an inclusive ecosystem goes a long way in ensuring that you give equal opportunities. I think that's very important. Capabilities needs to be really recognized and encouraged. And overall, I feel it's not something that you do only at the workplace. There has to be a very holistic kind of attitude towards this, and attitudinal change needs to happen even at home. So if you have the men, you know, you encourage men in your family as they're growing up to take on responsibilities which are normally seen as a woman's responsibility, then it's not very difficult for the man to come to an office space where, you know, gender neutral kind of environment is being encouraged. I think these kind of things are very important. So within an organization, the way you frame your policies, how you structure it, I think all these things are really very important in, you know, in giving that confidence, because once people have that confidence, then, you know, you move beyond gender and you become good team players. You start leveraging each other's strengths. And even when there's a crisis, because everyone goes through a crisis, it need not be just a woman, it's also a man sometimes who's going through crisis. You all chip in, you know, step in and try and take on, you know, as a team, the extra burden that you might have to take on for a while until the person comes back. So I think this is where I would really say that creating structures and policies within the organization which promote a very inclusive kind of an environment where the well-being of every person is being addressed probably will give you that kind of environment which will, you know, bring the best out of everyone, whether it's a man or a woman.
Absolutely true, Pratima. Very meaning for inclusion. First of all, you didn't have any biases, you know, and of course, but certain things are of course driven by policies and procedures. So laying that also helps. So moving on to Asantha, my question to you as a co-architect on the panel is, as an architectural organization, how important is environment sensitivity in project design for you? And how do you ensure that your projects do not have any negative impact on environment? And if you can give some new solution or designs which you have incorporated, if you can mention a few which have enhanced the building on its environmental impact mapping, I think that will be a very helpful thought. So Santa, yeah, I think you're muted.
Yeah, always happens. Always happens.
It's okay. It happens to everybody.
So anyway, thank you so much. Yes, as an architectural practice, we do look into environmental sustainable design. But I would say, looking back 10 years ago as to how environmental or sustainable or responsible design, whichever way you call it, was looked upon, and how it is looked upon now is entirely different. Earlier, we were looking at it as the whole and soul of a certain design parameter. Now it's a given. It's a given in the sense, at least in our practice, we follow certain things, you know, like plumbing fixtures which save water, electrical fixtures that save water, facade glasses that will reduce the heat and thereby reduce the HVAC loads, thereby save you electricity. All this is done and it's happening now without the second thought. It's become second nature. And I would say not only to my organization, to many, many more. What we are actively looking towards is the new technologies that are coming in, you know, that will actually save in more power consumption of a building. The innovations happening in the glass industry, which nice glasses that we can use in the facade of a building, which will reduce the heat load coming in from the southern side. So we're looking at innovations, but looking at sustainable design, I think my organization and for many other organizations, it's done. It's a given. Nobody even thinks twice about it. The specifications are written, and it's understood that you have to do it. Regarding your second part of the question, whether I can give any example, there is the international cruise terminal that I am doing in Mumbai currently, and it's a completely west-facing facade. So you can understand towards the evening how much, and it's a full glass facade. So you can understand the kind of sun that will creep into the building from the western facade. So we are actively looking at innovating the kind of glass, the vacuum gaps, the kind of films that we will be putting on the facade to reduce the heat load into the building, you know, thereby saving a whole lot of electrical consumption of the building. But that's work in progress. So as I said, small steps and they're going a long way. Yeah. But yeah, it's standard practice now.
Thank you, Santa. So I'll move on to Radha. I know you have a very diverse, various different sector experience. So my question revolves around that. Would be, from your experience across sectors, what kind of strategies can construction and building material companies adopt from other sectors, which can help small businesses scale while keeping the financial risks exposure in control? Since you're from finance, so that's a very targeted finance question for you. Radha?
Sorry, Ananya. Hi, panelist. Can you just repeat the question? I just was a pause.
Sure, Radha. I will repeat it for you. My question revolves around your varied experience in various sectors. And my question thereby is, from your experience across sectors, what kind of strategies can construction and building material companies adopt from other sectors, which can help small businesses scale while keeping their financial risk exposure to the minimum?
Okay, one thing I understood in this industry versus my past experience is there's no standardization available in the building industry. I have experience in apparel, retail, and I worked in hospitality. If you see, when you buy a garment, you go for certain standard, 38, 39, 40, 33, 34, like that. Unlimited standards, and everybody adapts to it. Even your packaged foods, 100 ml, 250 ml, like that. But in the building industry, I find other than limited sanitary and the plumbing sizes, we don't have, select 5 size of windows, 6 size of doors, or a little bit fluctuating. To me, this creates uneven competition between a large builder versus a small builder. If they modularize it, use prefabricated products, then execution will be faster, confidence and quality will be more, and the project completion deadlines can improve. The other one, which I find a bit challenging here, is a building requires a lot of coordination and so many suppliers to be together, unlike in the other segment. And if the coordination has to happen seamlessly, all of them must adapt to technology. For example, I may have a lot of technology in my company, but if I don't know when the builder wants the piping, when he wants a sanitary fitting, then I also produce and hold a lot of inventory. If there is a system wherein everybody is seamlessly connected, if the technology helps starting from a cement industry to steel guys to the labor suppliers, designer, architect, electrical maintenance guys, if they adopt a technology and everyone will know when their product will be required, and it can help speed on the supply as well. And in case of a small builders, again, if they have certain association, I find there are large builders having a lot of modern equipments. But the small builders lack all of them and they depend on local supplies. While RERA is there to help the customers, if there is any nodal agency who can invest and have these type of high equipments, which can be given out on lease to the small builders end to end, then even the small builders will have a lot more confidence in executing the project. And from the banker side as well, if there are standardization in the quality, material availability, and when there are availability of modern technology on lease, the overall confidence will improve. This is what I find is slightly lacking in the building sector compared to the FMCG and other segments where I work.
Perhaps standardization, modularity, mechanization. So these will definitely help the sector. And of course, technology. So great, Radha, for these useful thoughts. So now I'll go to the second part where we would like to have a very engaging discussion on gender-specific questions. So my first question in the round table is Millie. So Millie, my question is, despite gains for women in leadership, women remain significantly outnumbered in entry-level management positions. And how can that be corrected? What's your 2 bits on that, Millie? How we can improve that?
Ananya, I know from my own experience and background, I would say, because I have been one of the first ones who has worked in the green building industry. And, when I started working, I was possibly the only woman. And I have also kind of, why I'm saying this is it's very important, because I have seen it in my in my professional journey. I used to work I have walked the corridors of many hotels, hospitality industry to do energy audits. And it was recognized as a man's job that time, and it was very easy for me also to get into the team and, shy away from doing the hard part of it. But then I chose it in a different way, that I had the right kind of education, background, knowledge, not experience that point in time. But then I chose to learn it the hard way, So many a times I find that women, we kind of try to take shelter behind certain things to say, oh, we can't do this, So it's even in whether you are even who are at the top of the management, they haven't gone there because of, some kind of label they have or some kind of push and pull they have. So they also have to rise. So I feel there is no shortcut to hard work. And, fortunately, I have been in this, in 2 or 3 organizations. I haven't changed organizations too often. But in my organizations, there was absolutely no gender bias. It was only knowledge and the capability that was given due importance. And also in my team, I have equal number of men and women. And when I work with them, I really do not find, them accepting my leadership. But again, what you are trying to teach, what you're trying to move forward the industry with, it has to be on an absolute solid footing and foundation. Again, there is no shortcut to hard work. So in short, I just want to say that discrimination, even if it happens, women are absolutely well poised. And it's very important to educate them, to give them the right opportunity to rise to that level. Then there is no stopping them. And that's what I'm saying. I have seen it through my personal experience that you can do it if you want to do it,
Absolutely, Millie. I completely agree. I remember, when early days, we would never shy away from actually going and doing outside of, say, if I'm an architect, outside of my domain, because of you want to learn from varied resources, and with and rolling up your sleeves, as they say. So, Raki, my next question is going to be revolving around the fact it's not just about getting a woman into your team or getting them on board in your organization. Is about how much you are enabling them to be to be voicing their opinion. So, my next question formally would be, how can women have a voice at the table and not just a seat? So, what's your advice on that? Raki, that's for you.
I'm dealing mostly with men who are at site most of the time, the work, and it is extremely difficult sometime to make them listen what I want to say. So at that time, what I learned is like we should equip ourselves with better knowledge. We have to really, if they know 100%, we should know about the subject 110%. So then they will start respecting you. So initially, it was extremely difficult making them listen what we say and get the work done. But slowly, I understood it is very easy because like now they know, we know better than them, and we are an authority on that subject. So that made my way much easier. Then there is another one which I felt anyway, people are people, and gender does not form the basis of my hiring also. I hire a lot of girls, which is in the design and estimation team. Equal number, I hire it for the site. So, so then it is actually getting very easy to work, because usually ladies does not want to work in the site. They always feel that injury, they fear about injury. They are finding it extremely difficult to work in harsh conditions and all that. But I make a balance, in the workspace, like that way.
Sure. Thank you, Raki. My next question is to Laini. Laini, what is your one advice that you would like to give to young women who are entering the building industry?
That's a great question.
I think we have a technical glitch with Laini, so I can move on perhaps to Pratima and we can come back to her.
Indeed.
Yeah, sure. So Pratima, my question revolves around our recent pandemic. So the question is, COVID-19 could push many mothers out of workforce. How can organizations rework their strategies to maintain their pre-COVID ratios of men versus women in organizations?
Okay. So I think the COVID situation actually opened up a possibility which I really didn't think was a possibility earlier: work from home. When COVID struck and all of us were forced to sit at home, and there was the field work completely stopped. And our organization, a social organization, really thrives on also a lot of field work that happens on the ground, and everything came to a standstill. So there was a big question looming ahead of us. Now, how do we keep people occupied? I mean, people who could work from home on certain areas, certain kind of work. If it had to do with data or if it had to do with planning, of course you could do it from home. But what happens to the field staff, which is out there, and for whom, if they couldn't work on the ground, it would mean almost losing out on their jobs. So I just felt that, I'll just speak from personal experience instead of generalizing it. We, found out unique ways of keeping them occupied even during the pandemic. See, a lot of our work is happening in slums. We work with the urban poor. And when the COVID pandemic hit, especially in Maharashtra, where I'm sitting right now in Pune, we were, I think, one of the worst hit states. And in slum communities, it was just spreading so rapidly. And there was so much fear that it was creating. And we found a way of trying to see how we could work using COVID as a central theme. We started leveraging technology. Most of our people who are field workers, we trained them on telephones and using Zoom and all kind of social media platform, and trained them to start going into the slum through this technology, reaching out to people and seeing how best they could ease this fear of the pandemic. And I found that most of them were very, very busy even during those days when they were sitting at home and doing something like that. I feel that these kind of things can hit you and can take you unawares. Every industry will need to think and strategize as to how best they can mitigate a situation like this by making sure that they don't lay off their people as far as possible and continue to, work towards not only giving them keeping that employment in place, but alternate ways of trying to mitigate even the situation outside. And we did, I think, pretty well. We went back to work full time from June onwards. So we made sure we equipped people with PPE kits, and we did everything to try and keep people safe. And we didn't allow the fear of things like a COVID pandemic to overwhelm us. And that is why I think the team very successfully was able to go out on the field. The women, none of them got laid off. I feel really happy that our team stayed together through the pandemic, and somehow we found just enough work to do right through those months. And we've just grown from strength to strength, especially during this crisis. It has brought in a lot of flexibility now. I think a lot of women in my organization now, when they say, is it okay if I work from home? I have to do these tasks which I can be doing at home, and I just don't bat my eyelid. I said, yeah, absolutely, just do it wherever it's convenient, because it doesn't matter where you are. I think that kind of a thing has really, in a way, liberated a lot of us, from thinking that we have to always be in an office or on the ground or somewhere to be very productive. I don't think that's the case anymore.
Yeah, sure. It's just also the fact that if some companies are offloading and laying off, perhaps the young mothers, unfortunately, are the easiest target. So absolutely, that also organization should be a little mindful that
I just feel that's why you should have gender parity. When I said you have to build in structures. We give paternity leave also. So why make such a big deal of a maternity leave? We also give paternity leave. So. We try to make the situation as neutral as possible. And of course, one thing that we must all bear in mind is that even if you have a gender neutral organization, there are physiological and other differences, between genders, which you have to accommodate. If one of my staff members who is a woman needs to be at a parents meet teacher, session and cannot attend an important meeting scheduled that day, I should be able to accommodate that because she is required there, and that is equally important. And I don't think if you're accommodating and if you have these kind of structures built in, then nobody makes a big deal of it, and it just goes a little more smoothly, I think.
Yeah, so I think, Lenny, your connection is back. So just to recollect on your question, it was your advice to young women like you entering the building industry. What would it be?
Yes, sorry about that. I'm not sure. That's the second time that happened. So my advice would just be to believe in yourself and have confidence. And I think confidence really comes with experience. However, when you're somewhat inexperienced and you can have confidence about your abilities and what you bring to the table despite your inexperience, you're bringing a diverse perspective. You're bringing a new train of thought into an industry that's generally, at least here, aging. So it's so important to really enter the room or enter the company and believe in yourself. And I think when you're not confident, doesn't matter what age you are, it doesn't matter what gender you are, it comes across and it's very obvious, and it kind of causes people to, I don't want to say necessarily lack respect, but sort of maybe not trust you implicitly, or consider you a valuable team member at first. So I think when you approach everything that you do with confidence and with optimism and thinking about yourself in a very positive way, and even if you don't have the experience, surround yourself with people that do and learn from them and kind of be a sponge. That's what my mentor told me when I first started out, is be a sponge and soak in everything that you can and learn from other people's experiences and surround yourself with people that you can learn and grow from. And I think, regardless of the industry, that's very important.
I completely agree with you, Lenny. I think belief in yourself, and attitude also is very, very important. All the women are very high on the emotional quotient, but sometimes they can also go overboard. So it's the right balance that you need to strike
100%.
all the time. Yeah. So I'll move now to Santa. Santa, my question to you is, progress towards gender parity remains slow in many organizations. How can we improve the diversity and inclusion from your experience of your company?
I think as a woman who's heading this organization, the first step would be, and for many women who are heading not only organizations, but are in leadership or managerial positions, it really is our duty to our, I wouldn't say community, or to the fellow women, that we give them the space to grow. We give them equal opportunity. We give them a hearing, and we believe in them. Believe in the youngsters or whoever the other women are. So it is our responsibility to stand by the women who are coming in to us, the younger women, or maybe just a vendor. In my capacity, I have tried to see to it that the designers who were there in my office, there were a couple of times when two ladies were pregnant, so we saw to it, and they were in nuclear families, so it was going to be a very difficult task for them to continue working and look after the kids. So we saw to it that we created small little creche, so they got the kids to office, and honestly I tell you, it was such a vibrant atmosphere to have the kids around, to have the nannies around. Even the moms were doing so well, the moms were giving 100%. So if as women, the first step would be, as women, if we don't stand by the women and give them the opportunity to do well, to contribute without looking at anything as an obstacle. So what if they had kids, but that doesn't mean that their performance will go down. So if we stand by them, believe in themselves, I think that's a major task. That's the first step, that we as women can start doing it, and let's hope and let's push our male counterparts to do the same in their own capacities.
Thank you, Santa. Very meaningful. And since you're practicing, diversity and inclusion, it's very important to know how successful, this, exercises. And I think people should replicate it, because there's everything to gain and nothing to lose in it. So my next question is to Radha. What does work-life balance mean to you? And how do you prioritize your day or your work or your life in general?
See, to me, the result is important. If you're a woman and you need to continue in your career successfully, you need to produce a result. We can always say, I have a family, I have an in-law, I have a children, but if the organization feels your performance is going down, then probably that is the time you will not progress in your career. I generally, even I did have children, I didn't have family support earlier, they were in the creche and all. And being in finance, we have a very time-bound work pressure. Month closing has to happen every month. It's a listed company, results will have to get published. statutory returns will have to be filed on due date. I can't tell government, give me one more day extra for GST filing or income tax filing or whatever it is. But the way I felt is there is work, there is life, right? We balance both. At home you can do office work. At office you still can do homework. When I'm in office, I used to call my children and then give them some homework. They'll be doing it and then they'll call me. So I did do a little bit of housework at office. Similarly, I go home and then make them sleep. Yeah, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock. Once they're on bed, I will stay late and then finish my job. 9 to 11 is a peaceful time, no disturbance. So I was able to manage my home. I was able to manage my office. And as long as you are result oriented, nobody cares, Yes, there are certain organization in Reliance, though I was a CFO, I had to come and punch at 9 o'clock because that organization believed in punching system. I can't say I'm 24/7 thinking, I work on Sundays, so why do I have to punch? But if the organization believes punching is important, we go with that organization mindset. Let us go and punch on 9 o'clock. We need to be adaptable. Once we don't adapt to that company, then we can always crib about, I don't have life, I spend a lot of time in office. Reason I say this is we are paid at par with men, right? They also work and we also need to work. Yes, we do take some stress at home, but if you think it is a stress, then it is a stress. To me, I think it's an added advantage. We are multitasking. We are more attractive than men. We have more love and affection from the family members. And we still want to earn probably a little bit extra work we have to do for all the pride we get out of being a homemaker and being a career person. So I always tell my people also, share your concerns. Don't try to keep it yourself and then start performing badly. If concern which cannot be sorted out, build an ecosystem around you. Yes, initially it may be very expensive for you when you have a kid. Maybe you need to shell out your entire month's salary on creating an ecosystem around you. But that will help you once the children stabilize. You would have had a continuity of your work. You need not have a break for 2 years and come back. Develop the other skills. I advise everyone to have the driving skills, either two-wheeler or four-wheeler. That helps a lot of interdependent way of working. You don't need to worry going late or waiting for some public transport. So plan it and balance it. It's a very competitive world. We cannot continue to say, I'm a woman, I need all the privilege, I need the same salary. But I want to leave on time, I won't take extra bit. Most of you in the building industry, all of you talking here also would have done a very tough work, standing in the field and standing in the construction area. It's just manage it. Build up ecosystem around it. That's what I would say.
Yeah, I think, yes, support system, ecosystem, I think these are also very, very critical. So perhaps I'll kind of open this to the entire panel and get their insights, or I would rather say, were there any challenges? How did they overcome? Or did you get any mentorship in your career? What is those things, that one thing that made you stand out and really helped you as a woman in the field to be where you are? So any experiences, any thoughts? We can just open this up to the entire panel, and also perhaps some advice to the young women out there. It could be relating to any stress management, or in the ecosystems, or prioritization, or work-life balance. It could be anything. So perhaps we can just go in the rotation. Perhaps Millie, if you could just share some of your experiences across. You did share quite a few about your visits and audits and all that. What about your general well-being? How do you manage that, and how do you give the best to your work as well?
Yeah, so I quite liked what Radhaji just now mentioned, that it's very important that if we want the best, we have to give our best. both at, and you were supposed to be, as a woman, you were supposed to be best everywhere, at home, at work, everywhere. And it's not that there are no downs, there are ups and downs, everybody, for a man and a woman. But it's very important that you don't give up at that time. Even from my experience, though I worked in an organization where, say, maybe at the top leadership, there was a lot of encouragement to encourage, but then you don't get that, overnight, or you have to work towards that. And there are many times when it happens, both with man and woman, when you start rising, because of maybe your expertise, experience, good work, then there will be so many, like you say, it's a pyramid, like there will be 5 forces trying to pull you down. So it's very critical to stay in balance, stay calm and just focus on what you are doing. And try to, not give excuses, but then try to move up. As soon as you start give excuses, and if you lose your confidence in yourself, then there is a lot of negativity that builds in. So I think remaining positive, remaining confident about your own ability, it helps a lot. And personally, speaking, because I was in this industry, as I said, when there was absolutely no woman, and in terms of mentorship, I really did not get that kind of women mentorship. But now, being in this position, I try to share my experience, and learning from what I went through, I try to ensure that my colleagues do not go through the same kind of challenges, because now the competition is much stronger, challenges are much bigger, stress levels are much higher. So that's very critical. And I also think, one very important point while we are talking about productivity, and workforce having equal balance, everything, it's very also important for us to consider the mental health and wellness of everyone,
Yeah.
And even the environment nowadays, it poses a lot of challenges. So I think at an organizational level, there should be, since we are all leaders in our own organization, we should make this mental health, happiness, an embedded part of our work culture to get more out of people. That's very important change, I think, structural change we have to make. And in our organization, we have done it, through, say, yoga sessions or other ways of doing it. That helps a lot. So I'll take a pause here. And
I agree. Meaning de-stressing yourself and try to not take your stress home. And be able to handle it effectively. I think that one has to learn very early in the careers, because there'll be all kind of stress. From the home front, or it could be anything, perhaps kids' grades are not coming too well, so women take it very close to heart, meaning perhaps I didn't get enough time, especially women, who are in positions of a lot of work, and they need to put in many hours. So I'll just also pose this question to Rakhi. What is your thought, and what are those critical things that could make women really outshine men, I would rather say? Yeah, Rakhi, I think you are on mute.
Can you just repeat that once again? I couldn't hear it.
Yeah, Rakhi, just it's a free thought on how women should handle stress, how they can actually grow in their organization. Perhaps it's a lot about how women should mentor more women, and mentorship in women is also very, very less. Like very few women mentor women. So those kind of things. What are your thoughts?
I feel to increase the productivity, the first thing we have to do is prioritizing it. Second thing, to get that work-life balance, you have to really unplug. Sometimes you have to just switch off whatever, no, it is enough now. Like, I will just look into it tomorrow, like that way. I always do that. So in the morning, then you will get a better idea. You will feel a little rejuvenated. All that will be there. Then another one which I feel is you always be very consistent about what you are doing. So you can finish up that work at that particular time faster also. So like being very consistent. Even when I mentor my people, I'll always advise them. So just do what you are doing in a very consistent way so that you can finish off the work, complete the task faster, and that too in a little perfection, And I always advise them, you should always set a boundary. When you are setting a boundary, you know how far you can go. So you will not have to stretch too much. So that is very, very important. The last one, I always feel that whenever you are trying to do a job, some people, how much ever you push, they will never perform. So that is because they don't like their job. It is always, I always advise them, you just kindly do what you really love to do. So we just cannot push certain people to a certain extent. So how much ever you mentor them, how much ever you try to push them, they will not perform. So that is one main advice which I give to them while I'm mentoring. And there is one more thing which I just wanted to tell all of you. I never found any clear work-life balance. I always felt that when we work hard, we will achieve that. When we really give little more attention to family will run smoother. There is no perfect work-life balance I found in last 20-25 years. So I always felt that if you put little extra here, there is something else is getting, like children's studies will get affected, or the mark is getting less, or they want you more. They feel like you are not giving so much of attention to them. And so there is no perfect work-life balance, according to me. I always found it like, you have to work a little harder both the sides.
Correct. As they say, the more sugar you put, the sweeter it becomes. So more time you can dedicate to a particular activity. Unfortunately, there are as many hours in a day.
Yes.
Therefore, prioritization is very, very critical. And I would say a lot of things, I think, for women has to be automated as well. Somebody, taking care of the kids and, well-being of the kids, elderly, and, whole loads of things. And I think, Millie, I think you were mentioning that, to be self-reliant, to be able to drive. And, I think if I've got it wrong, but those kind of things which will make your day little much more easier to actually function. And of course, empathy is also quite important from various different, sides. So I'll move this question now to Leni. So do you have any thoughts towards this? I think we have lost Leni. So so we can move on to Pratima.
Sorry, I was mute. For me, right from the beginning, it was very important to prioritize, my inner well-being and my inner balance, because unless you work towards your own well-being and your own inner balance, there's no way you're going to achieve anything around you. I was certainly not the kind who wanted to be guilty, working at home, thinking about my children at home and, whether they're being well looked after, or what are they thinking? Do they feel that as a mother, I'm not giving them enough time? So right from the beginning, I've been a spiritual seeker for the last 35 years. So I meditate, I do yoga very regularly. I have always carried my family with me, in the sense they know the work that we are doing within the organization, how important it is for me to do it. And they've also realized that if they have a happy mother at home, that is half their battle won, instead of having someone who's always very tense and who's on the edge and who's, trying to please everyone. That doesn't work. For me, there's no such thing, a clear distinction between work-life balance. I think if you work joyfully, whether you're at the office or whether you're at home, which springs from an inner balance within you, then automatically people around you start getting affected. And they also understand that they have to chip in. I've always said my family has to chip in. We all have to work to make things happen. I cannot be everywhere all the time. That's also not possible. So what is the next best thing that we can do? So in the way I have looked, sort of sorted my life or organized my life, is that I have not socialized too much. I don't give too much time. I mean, that's not a priority for me. My work in the office and my work at home, which I like doing. These are the two things that I really like to spend time with, and I do it happily. I don't believe in working hard. I believe in working joyfully, because I think when you work joyfully, then automatically, the stress is just not there. I look forward every morning to coming to the office. I look forward to going home and being with my family. So I mean, that's where I'm coming from. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. So that me time is also very important, time at office, time at home, time with kids. It's that time for yourself also sometimes is a very, very critical regenerator and, refresher, and something to contemplate. I think meditation perhaps, also helps one figure that out.
And I have introduced meditation and yoga within my organization. A lot of my colleagues are doing yoga regularly, and they're also trying to meditate at home, because I mean, I'm happy to say that, that some of them have been influenced by me, not to say that I don't lose my cool. I do lose my cool. I do use anger sometimes as a tool when I need to use it. But as long as you're aware that you don't corrode yourself, with that tool, I think it's okay.
Sorry, I think we have Lenny back. Lenny, would you like to contribute?
Yeah, I switched over to my phone, so hopefully we don't continue to have problems. Apologize for what's happening. So, yeah, I mean, I completely agree with what everyone has said. I think, like I said before, that believing in yourself and having confidence is very important. But then what I've also found to be very successful for me is finding great mentors. I'm fortunate enough to have several, some that I found in my early career, some that I even found in university. And surprisingly, all of those mentors have been men, actually. And I would really, really like to have one mentor. But as we were saying before, women do seem to have this competitiveness amongst ourselves and don't necessarily encourage each other like we should. And so I think that's really important moving forward, is that we all look to each other to grow each other and not necessarily compete against each other. And because, the way we should look at it is another woman's success is my success, is all of our success. So, I'd really love to find a woman mentor, or be a mentor to another younger woman, or even, doesn't matter in age. I would love to mentor and help young women. I'm very passionate about, mentoring in general, because mentors have had such a great impact on my life and my career, both personally and professionally. And I think it's something that's just so important and can help us overcome all sorts of challenges, such as, diversity and inclusion. So in addition to what everyone else said, I think finding the right mentor and encouraging other women is sort of the way to go to help us succeed.
I completely agree. I think women can be really brilliant mentors. And if you actually see professional mentors, there are very few women who are actually mentoring. So I think women should seriously look at that. And they can be brilliant at that task. They mentor the kids, they are well known for, meaning the upbringing of the kids are largely for the women in the house. So even in organizations in the work front, I think women mentors can play a very critical role. So I'll move to Santa. Santa, what is your way of kind of, engaging with other women, and in your experience, in your career personally,
My career, I think I mentor the young architectural students in my office, not students, some students, interns, and the designers in my office on a daily basis. But not just in work. We go out camping, we used to run marathons, we do meditation sessions. I share my experiences. If someday I have just been really, I would say, bad at handling a certain situation and what I have learned from that. So I share all that with them. I hope that is mentoring. I hope that is mentoring. I hope they learn from my experiences. But yes, I have enjoyed interacting with the younger women in my organization also. And trust me, the younger women come with a lot of energy. They are enthusiastic. I have tried to nurture that and also tried to imbibe some of that. You know, they're very confident. I have, from every single person I have learned, I've taken in their confidence. I have tried to see how I would look at a situation like that. Um, Regarding a work-life balance, I agree with some of them. There's nothing like work-life balance. There are some days which are absolutely crazy. So that's okay. I mean, I leave home at 8 o'clock and come home at 10 o'clock. So that doesn't leave me any life for, any time for my son. That's okay. But then there are times, and since I don't have a desk job, I do go on site. So some days I can just quit some site early and reach home at 5 o'clock. So that's my work-life balance. It really depends on how you manage things. Um, Regarding, yeah, I guess I think I have answered most of your stuff.
Yeah, thank you, Santa. So finally to Radha, and then perhaps Sapna can inform us if we have to take any further questions. We are, beyond our time, but I'll quickly let Radha do the finishing touches to our panel discussion.
Like, I'm audible, right? I'm not on mute. Okay.
Yeah,
Like everyone said, stress is what we believe it as a stress. When I joined every company, the first question they'll say is, "Oh, a lady in finance. Finance is very tough. You have to stay late. You have to do this. You have to do that. How will you manage?" I said, "Yeah, allow me some time. Yeah, let me show how I'll manage." To be frank, in Reliance, they had not even more than 2 years. They had a CFO continuing. I was continuing for 8 years in Reliance Retail. So if we take it as a stress, it is stress. If we take it as a hard work, it is hard work. But sometimes, yes, it do hurt us in the initially, when we are working hard, when we are producing result, they'll say, she's used a charm to get things done. We prepare well, we work hard and get things done. And you say we use a charm to get things done. That used to hurt us. But over a period of time, I think take them as they are. The men are men. They may not like so much of women, succeeding or going. To be frank, what have we done in a family? Dad used to be dominating. Mom used to help. Husband is still dominating. I'm helping. So why, when we come for career, men will have to be like this. Men will have to be like that. Okay, if they're making passing comment, as long as it doesn't hurt you so much, just ignore and then keep going on. If you start attending to that, if you start giving respect to such comments, then probably we will have stress. If you just start ignoring, probably initial 2-3 months, they will also settle. And end of the day, the results, the performance matters. And we are good at it. Let's continue to perform and then keep growing. That's what my one sentence.
Absolutely. Yeah. So I'll just check with Sapna, where are we on the time, and Kavya, yeah.
Hi, Dr. Ananya. Firstly, thank you so much for that wonderful conversation and a very riveting panel discussion there. And yes, we do have at least 5 minutes more for the questions, for which I'll bring Sapna on board. So over to you, Sapna.
We have a lot of questions, but I think many we have covered in the discussion as well. But I take this one question. Do you think there are unique barriers to females stopping them from leadership roles? Are there some unique challenges for women for leadership roles? Santa, you are nodding no. What do you have to say?
I really don't think so. If you're capable, you're confident, then I really think the barriers will collapse automatically one by one. I'm not saying that you don't have to work hard for it, but that goes for a man as well as a woman. Yes, with women, there might be certain challenges, but there's nothing that we cannot
okay, so there are no unique challenges for women. That's what Sansa says. It's equal to both men and women. You just need those right capabilities, the leadership capabilities to be there. Okay, another question that we have is, why is it important to have more women taking up engineering stream or engineering career? Leni, would you like to take that?
Sure. So I think it's important just because of diversity of thought. Women think differently than men. And, if a woman wants to be an engineer, she definitely should be. And, bringing in just a diverse perspective can only help us all and help the industry advance and help the engineering field advance. So, I think I'm all for diversity, and bringing in a woman to an engineering field is great.
Okay, I think engineering career has underrepresentation of women, and that's why we need more women engineers there.
Sapna, I would like to make a comment here. Sorry for the interruption, though it's not a question for me. We are talking about sustainability and the building sector. I feel, and we always talk about triple bottom line, which is economic, environment, and social. So I strongly think that it's not only, engineering background that can produce, good engineers who would be capable of steering this field. So there is, and we always talk about integrated development, and, build spaces are for people. So it is, that mindset also has to change, that it's only engineers who can be produced to help this sector to move forward.
Not an engineer.
Honestly, Sapna, I think there are many girls who go into engineering as a subject, to study in engineering colleges, but not everybody pursues it as a profession. So we have to ensure that, why, and somebody should study why that happens, that we have engineers as a qualification, but not so many engineers as professionals. So there is a gap between that, and that definitely needs to be covered.
Can I just say something, please?
Yes.
Yeah, Pratima,
I'm just dying to say that, because we do a lot of sanitation, on the ground. And the person who heads my sanitation team and who's excellent at it on the ground is a person who is 12th fail. That is his, that is the qualification. He says Baravi Fa in Marathi. But he knows so much more than an engineer, because I think practical knowledge and experience on the ground counts for a lot more than a degree, which you have rightly pointed out. And we do a lot of technology, using GIS. And the person who heads the GIS cell within my organization is a person who's from the community, who has learned it hands-on. And today he trains all the new entrants who come with GIS background, but he's the one who trains them, because on-ground experience is far more important than, sitting in a classroom and getting, that kind of education. So I just had to say that, that both the people who are heading very, very important things in our organization are not people who are really qualified for that.
Okay. Anyone else who wants to add to that?
Yeah, I have one suggestion. I really appreciate the question. Why not so many engineers? Even when you see the IIMs, they have now reserved 5%, additional mark for women candidates getting into IIM. Similarly, if it has to be transformation in India. If government says 5% reservation in every company has to be women, probably naturally a lot of engineers will get into the career. Because of that, a lot of people will go and study, and over a period of time, maybe, when the ecosystem goes around, minimum 5% of the technical staff is women. After 20, 30 years, the system will automatically take care. Then we don't need reservations.
Okay, that's great. I think that is what this question, I think, meant, that why do we have underrepresentation of women in engineering careers? One last question I will quickly take. What policies can organizations put in place to encourage more women leaders? So it's open to you all. One sentence from everyone. Let's have that.
Thank you.
So Radha, let's start from you.
Sorry. If you can just, I had a bit of a disturbance. If you can
what policies
repeat the question.
Organizations put in place to encourage more women leaders in their companies? Any one pointer you can
Okay, one is, I would say flexi working time for women.
Okay, all right.
If you're restricting me to only one, then that is the one.
Okay, we'll move on. Millie, Radha says flexi timings, and I think we all now are enjoying those timings. So yeah.
Yeah, I think also, flexible timing is very important. Like as long as the work is done, one should not track the number of, hours the person has put in.
Okay.
And yeah, so it's more of smart working than, the number.
Okay, so work smart, enjoy your work and work hard. Leni, your one tip.
Yeah, flexibility was going to be my number one answer as well. That's just very important to be able to, as long as you get your work done, doesn't matter how you do it, in my opinion.
Okay. And I think it goes for
where
both
you do it.
men and women. I think it goes for both. Santa, what do you have to add to it?
Rather than flexible time, I'll also say that women should, most of our sites, there is a lot of labor movement happening and people expect the women also to stay as late. So it's fine once in a while. I'm not saying, okay, we are not going to stay late, 8, 9, 10, whatever. Few days, yes, but not every day. So, some days it's an emergency needed, yes, but not every time. So they should definitely look at it when that they have to travel. Or if you're asking the women to stay late, then please look at our transport, see to it that she reaches home safely.
Okay. So when you are making organizational policies, also, make sure that you are being considerate to your women employees.
So that's one of the reasons women say, no, I will not do this. It's getting late. I will not do this.
That's right. So that they are more encouraged to be more participative in the work. Pratima, your pointer for?
I think it's already been said. Flexible working hours and allowing women to explore, they might have entered your organization with a particular mission to support something, but I have had so many women within the organization, because we give them the exposure and all-rounded exposure, sometimes they just shift to another vertical altogether because they find that very exciting. I think you should just give them a lot more opportunities.
Give them exposure, give them room to grow,
give them opportunities. I think that's also equally important.
Okay, fantastic. Ananya ji, your 2 bits.
Yeah, Sapna, my 2 bits is coming from a larger organization perspective is perhaps the whistleblower policies, the discrimination and sexual harassment policies. They have to be very tight and very effectively implemented. The core team which is looking into it has to be working very, very carefully. And health and stress management also programs should be taken care of, and women should be encouraged to participate in it actively. So
very important point you touched upon. The sexual part of it. How they feel safe in the organization.
And whistleblowers, because usually what happens, it happens with men in power versus a woman who is not in power. So it has to be very, very carefully laid out and properly implemented. So
power
I think
balance has to be definitely. Correct. And Raki, your last bit, and then we will go on to the special segment.
Because if they come to know, especially in the construction industry, if they tell them about the succession plan, they should not think that, okay, if I put in so much of work, male employee will get promoted in the project manager position and all that. They should not feel like that way. The succession plan should let them know the succession plan, so that they will be definitely more interested.
Okay.
Then the second one, definitely the way other people said about the security, safety, long work hours, all that definitely play an important part, because usually ladies will think more about their children. They think that like, oh, I should reach home, my child is waiting, rather than a man is thinking, okay, my child is waiting. So usually ladies, that basic instinct of the women is like that, the protective nature. So she wants to get back home early.
So one point we are getting from Raki is succession plan, make it gender neutral, let all the employees know, so that we have a well-balanced workforce. Kavya, I think we got some very fantastic views from all our panel members here, and especially, on gender diversity. So let's move on to our special segment now.
Absolutely, absolutely, Sapna, indeed. Thank you. And I'd also like to take the opportunity to thank Dr. Ananya for beautifully moderating the session. Thank you indeed to all of our fabulous panelists for joining us, for sort of lending their time and their experience as well. And I think we've had some wonderful takeaways. So on that note, thank you once again.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much to all our eminent speakers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And dear attendees, I hope all of you are looking forward to our special segment for this program. And after gathering some wonderful insights from our speakers, we now move on to our next segment featuring an eminent personality to share her valuable views with us today. But before that, let me also remind you all that the event is being live streamed on Realty Plus website, www.realtyplusmag.com, and Realty Plus Facebook page @RP Realty Plus. With that, it's now time to welcome Ms. Shweta Shalini, BJP spokesperson, advisor to former Chief Minister of Maharashtra and former Executive Director of Maharashtra Village Social Transformation Foundation. She works closely with former Maharashtra Chief Minister, Shri Devendra Fadnavis, as an advisor, election strategist and technology consultant. She brings together a wide range of skill sets for the BJP with her corporate and entrepreneurial background. She's also worked towards rural transformation in 1,000 backward villages in Maharashtra. She's a serial entrepreneur, founder, investor, and mentor to the Millennium Divas, a woman-focused angel fund. And she's also advisor to Niti Aayog, the premier think tank of Government of India. I've in fact had the opportunity to also listen to her views firsthand, and I think I'm just truly delighted to introduce and welcome her here. So with that, thank you very much, Shweta ji, for joining us. With that, over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. And before I get into the segment, I think I want to congratulate the hosts, Realty Plus magazine, and to every woman. I was honored to enter into a panel where I realized that we had people from different segments, different fields, different sectors come together and give their opinions on women in corporate and employees who are women. And it was a lovely panel. So congratulations. Also, I think when I am told that today is Women's Day, please come and deliver a speech onto this platform. I always ask them that every single day, all 365 days are Women's Day. What's so special today? But like we celebrate life every single day and celebrate our birthdays only one day, I think this is a celebration of womanhood. And so thank you so much, Realty Plus, for celebrating womanhood and womanhood in every sector, especially the reality sector, because I do not come across many women in the reality sector. And when you pick out these women and bring them on stage, they become like idols for other women to enter the sector. So coming to my points today, I think I'm going to focus on my 5-point learnings that I've had in this journey from being an entrepreneur to a politician, starting my journey with being a multinational employee. But before that, I wanted to tell every woman present on this panel and listening to us through Facebook and through various social media platforms that remember, anybody who tells you that you can't rule the world, the lion is not the strongest of the animals in the forest. It's not the strongest because it's the elephant which is the strongest. It's definitely not the fastest because it's the cheetah which is the fastest. It's not the tallest because it's the giraffe that is the tallest, right? It can't jump on trees. It can't go very, very high. But the lion is still the king of the jungle because right here in his mind, he feels that he's the king of the jungle. And that's why I feel that every woman first needs to be empowered right here. The moment you're empowered in your mind, you will have empowerment within yourself. Because I personally feel India has borrowed this women empowerment concept from the West. Think about it, your grandmoms, your mothers were always empowered. They decided which school you went to. They decided which clothes you are going to buy and which clothes you are going to wear. They decided the menu of the house. They decided where will they buy a house. And it still remains the same in the reality sector. So they were consumers, they were the decision makers, and they were the leaders. And hence, in our society, this imbalance happened when financial imbalance happened. And wherever there is an imbalance of power, there will always be differentiation. And that's precisely what happened. Because for a very long time, women refused to be financially independent. And that's what I learned from my father. My father told me in the very, very beginning when I was a little girl that one of the things that you need to do is to be professionally sound, extremely competent, and financially independent. So as a mandate, this government, if you actually see, has worked on financial independence of women at the grassroots level. If you actually look at the various schemes of the government, you will see it focused towards women. In fact, Ujjwala Yojana, a lot of people talk about Ujjwala Yojana, where we talk about ensuring that a woman does not have to use the chulha anymore and transforms into becoming or using gas cylinders. But on the hindsight, if you actually look at the statistics, you will realize that the amount of kerosene that was used to burn women alive in rural areas has come down remarkably because there is shortage of kerosene because of the Ujjwala Yojana. The toilet scheme, the Swachh Bharat Yojana, who is it aimed at? The livelihood program, whether it is the women self-help groups, whether it is the Jan Dhan Yojana, which out of 34 crore Jan Dhan accounts, 80% have been women beneficiaries. Now, at the grassroots level, if you see the movement of these government schemes, you will realize that women in our country have taken up on themselves that if India tomorrow is going to be the superpower, it is on our shoulders that India is going to stand. So trust me, to every woman on the panel and seeing us today, right here in your mind, understand that you are the king of this jungle. This country needs a queen like you, somebody who can not only make the fate of their own family, of their own self, but will also determine the fate of the future of India, of the tomorrow of India. And that is the confidence that every girl in India should be brought up with. Coming to my own journey, I think I've moved on from being an entrepreneur to coming into politics. And every time when I get asked this question that it's a man's world, how do you feel in the man's world? And I turn around and answer them that it's a man's world because we've made it so. Because right now there aren't enough women in this world. If women decide that we need to take over the world, they are not only going to take over this world, but they are going to reach out for the sky. So women, I think today is a beginning where we need to think that, one, we need to decide that the future of the country is going to be dependent on what we do today. And hence, I'm going to give you 5 tips before I close. Tip number 1, please do not make it a man versus woman world, because we don't need that. We are 50% of the population, and we need a world, we need a country, we need a future where each one works for the other. And India is one such country which has shown to the world how we can step up for another human being. Just think back, look at COVID times, and you will realize every other country, when they were trying to save their own selves, it was India that stood up. And every family in India, be it the migrant crisis, look at the migrant crisis and you will realize common families stepped up and said, okay, if I have 3 rotis, I'm going to give 2 to these migrants who are walking back home. And hence, step up, because we need every woman to stand for another woman and for the man also. Also, I feel this goes out on Women's Day to all the men listening to us. We need you, because women empowerment cannot be a reality without you. You need to give space. You need to give equal opportunity, and that's what we want. All we want today from you is equal opportunity. When we try our best, we don't want your eyes to question us and ask us questions. When we are 22-year-old, we don't want you to turn around and ask us, are you settled? When we try extremely hard, we don't want you to turn around and say, that, are you going to be married and going to be having children, for us to think about maternity leave before we give you a job. So men, please make way for us, because we don't want to snatch it from you. What we want to do is to stand for you, with you, besides you, and make this world together for ourselves and us together. Second, I think women, and this goes out to all women who are either working, are employees, or are looking at doing an entrepreneurial venture, are in various sectors, especially in the reality sector. Stick to your core competence. If your core competence is building, then build. If your core competence is selling, then sell. You need to understand that your little world needs to be the best of who you are. The best version of you needs to be translated and implemented into the work that you do. So competence is everything. So stick to your competence. Understand that everything you are doing is not time pass. You are contributing. And that larger purpose of your life needs to be fulfilled by you and you alone. Third, and extremely important thing for women, PMS. This definitely stands for plan, model, and scale. And there is no other meaning for PMS. Ensure that every single month you tell this to yourself, and with every activity of yours, you plan, you model, and you are ready to scale. Once you do that, you will realize that a lot more log saath aate rahenge, karwa badhta rahega. But for your confidence, it is important that you plan it out first, you model it out, you make an initiative, and then go all out to scale it. Next, I feel one of the things that women need to realize and understand is what I, in my own words, call as sisterhood shout out. I think it is important for, in this world, for women to stand with other women and for other women. Until we network, until we understand that we are each other's strength, until we share our experiences and our learnings, we are not going to grow together. Because it is not a world where either I am going to survive or you are going to survive. It's a world where both of us have the space. If we are unique, if we would have been the same, God would have probably not made two of us. But because God has made two of us, there is space in this world for both of us. And so the market has space for both of us. So just plan out a good networking model, and each sister should stand for another sister. And that's what I call as the sisterhood shout out. And last but not the least, I'm going to close at Indra Nooyi had once said that, women can't have it all. I personally say nobody can have it all. Neither can the men. So choose, prioritize, because it is your priorities that define you. Remember, it's one life you have. Apart from making it large, you have to make it queen size. But more importantly, think, if you are not living a life that is filled with adventure and challenge, what is it? Which are the stories that you are going to narrate to your grandchildren? So at 90, do not regret the life that you've led. For that, challenge yourself every single day. And I think that's what women need. They need to challenge themselves. Once they challenge themselves, I'm sure what gets delivered is the best that women can do for this world. And that is the kind of women that we need in India today. Thank you so much, Sapna ji, and thank you, Realty Plus, the platform, for doing something like this. I think women need more idols. They need more women to come forward and create idols for them. And you guys are doing exactly the same.
Thank you, Shweta ji, for those motivational words. I'm going to definitely remember PMS now more in a better way. But thank you so much for that sisterhood shout out. Yes, definitely. And it's not this versus that, or men versus women. As you rightly said, we are all in this together. Kavya, over to you. Thank you so much, Shweta ji.
Thank you very much once again, Shwetaji. I think absolutely the riveting points that you've shared with that dynamic voice of yours, I think it's just going to transcend across all these screens and reach out to all our attendees who have been listening to you. So thank you once again for joining us at this beautiful program. Thank you.
Thank you, Kavyaji. Thank you.
Well, indeed, ladies and gentlemen, all of our attendees who have joined us on this beautiful platform, I'm sure it's just getting even more dynamic with every passing thought, with every passing word coming in from all of our speakers, from all of our guests. And I think it's as inspiring as ever, because these are the words that will allow us to shape our future. So on that note, well, after that beautiful and motivating address, I'd also like to once again thank all our expert speakers of the day for making this edition of Women of Vision Summit so informative, interesting, and not to mention thought-provoking. So now, ladies and gentlemen, let's now move on to the much awaited segment of the evening, the Women of Vision Awards presented by LUBRIZOL. These award felicitations celebrate the tremendous efforts by women from across segments of Indian construction and building materials industry in influencing a more equal future through their own courage and pioneering efforts. Now, these awards are dedicated to creating a positive change and inspiring other women through exceptional displays of leadership by rising against all the odds. Now, before we begin with the felicitations, let us actually hear a short message from Mr. Vincent S. Masiti, General Manager, Temprite Engineered Polymers, LUBRIZOL Advanced Materials, Inc. And let's actually find out what he has to say about the Women of Vision Awards being presented today. So with that, Mr. Vincent, over to you, sir.
Kavyaji, thank you very much for the introduction, and I'm so honored to be here. You can hear me okay, correct? You're able to hear?
Absolutely.
Yes, very good. So listen, following Shweta, wow, that's a bit difficult task. What a tremendous speaker, and all of you, really, I want to wish all of you a good day. And to say thank you for joining this event that LUBRIZOL is hosting along with Reality Plus. And it's an honor for me to be participating in this event. Just hearing, I've been on for about several minutes, most of an hour, and to hear the authenticity and the wisdom and the great experiences of these women, it's fantastic. It really is. It's been a benefit for me, and Shweta's 5 points, I'm taking notes on those because those were good universal. So I really appreciate that. So when I was asked to make some brief comments on the importance of diversity and inclusion, I couldn't think of a better way to sum it up than with a quote that I have used often over the years in raising my children. As they were growing up, I would try to very much to teach them a value of teamwork and the value of sticking together. And the quote that I used very often was, "None of us is as good as all of us." And I can't think of a better way to capture what I believe is the essence of diversity and inclusion with this quote. None of us is as good as all of us. When we think about organizations, businesses, or teams that achieve the most success, they all have one thing in common. They include and employ the ideas, the skills, and the talents of all their people. At LUBRIZOL, we take diversity and inclusion very seriously. I'm very proud to serve on our D&I Council, as we call it, which is comprised of leaders from around the country, around the world, from diverse backgrounds. We meet regularly, we share ideas, we share our initiatives, and we're accountable to LUBRIZOL's executive leadership for advancing the company's overall D&I goals and strategies. But more important than having meetings and setting targets is taking action, and I'm very proud of what we were doing on that front as well. Whether in terms of supporting future leaders like Pooja Shetty, who with the team at Reality Plus has organized this event for us, and Lainey Leota from our North American team, whom I've seen here on the screen, or having O'Neill Pinto, our regional director, be the very first leader from South Asia to also manage a European team in our company. For many years, we've had the EMEAI region. Now India is running that region, not Europe. But when it comes to the impact of women in our industry, it's really great to see the extraordinary contribution that women have made, and no one can deny it. The contribution that women have made around the world and across very, very many industries. And as I look at these talented women being recognized today and the women on the panel, I'm so impressed and grateful for all their wonderful achievements. For the quote that Pooja included in the invitation for this event, here's to strong women. May we know them, may we be them, and may we raise them. And I'll add one more note, is don't forget to thank or honor the memory of your mothers, because it all started with those strong women, right? So congratulations and best wishes to the winners of the Women of Vision Awards. And I'll send it now back to you, Kavya.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Masiti. In fact, very beautifully shared your points. In fact, your takeaways for that matter from the previous set of speakers, and also adding in your own value-added points for all of us. And the last bit especially to take it from the mothers, because that is where it all began. So thank you so much for sharing that, sir. With that, ladies and gentlemen, all of our attendees, it's time for that part of the segment that we've all been waiting for, because on that encouraging note, and without further ado, let's bring on stage the wonderful women of vision, and let's actually hear it from them. So what I'm going to do is, meanwhile, we're also going to be requesting all our set of awardees to please stay with us backstage, because we would want you all back again for a Kodak moment or a camera moment as well, and also for a special thank you message. So all our awardees who are joining us backstage, we're going to request you to also stay with us till the end of the program for a complete group photograph, if I may put this. Meanwhile, do remember to tag us in your lovely winning shots. Our social media handles are @Realty Plus on Facebook, @RP Realty Plus on Twitter, and RP_Realty on Instagram. This event is being live streamed at Realty Plus website, www.realtyplusmag.com, and Realty Plus Facebook page, @RP Realty Plus. With that, I now present our recipients for the Women of Vision Awards in the alphabetical order. But let's have the AV for the first winner of the Women of Vision Awards.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we present the winners of the LUBRIZOL Presents Women of a Vision Awards, organized by Realty Plus Masterclass. These awards honor extraordinary women in the building material industry for their contributions. Join us to witness an inspiring vision that empowers the nation. Here is to celebrating women. May we know them, may we be them, may we raise them. We begin the first award of the evening, presented to a very special woman who has the distinct honor of being India's first firewoman and has been paving the way for various policy changes in the field of fire service. And the award goes to Miss Harshani Khanekar, first woman firefighter in India, Chief Manager, Fire Services, Oil and Natural Gas Corporation.
That's right indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Harshani Khanekar, the Chief Manager, Fire Services, Oil and Natural Gas Corporation, who joined the prestigious National Fire Service College, Nagpur, which is the only college in the entire Southeast Asia, in 2002, and became the Fire Lady Fire Engineer of India in 2006. She joined ONGC of the Mehsana Asset, Gujarat, followed by the Drilling Services, Mumbai, and later at Panvel. She's completed around 15 years of service. So if I may please request Mr. Vincent S. Masiti to present the Women of Vision felicitation to the one and only, the first woman firefighter of India, Miss Harshani Khanekar.
Harshani, congratulations to you. It's an excellent, it's an honor for me to present. How do you feel?
Absolutely. It is always a great feeling that I represent the women in this, we could say, untouched profession by women till 2002, and I'm very privileged to become the first one to join National Fire Service College and become the first lady fire engineer of India. It's always been very precious for me.
Harshini, that's tremendous, and congratulations. Tell me, can you share a few words for the young women out there who are thinking differently and on the concept of thinking differently and choosing a path-breaking profession like you have?
Yes, sure, sir. Because I'm so glad, because I'm very happy because I lived up to my dream, because wearing uniform and serving my nation was my dream. And I was trying for I was looking for joining Army, Navy and Air Force. And fortunately I got to know about this college and got to know that this college has uniform. So only for that uniform purpose I purchased that form, and I was unaware of the fact that it's a completely gents college. And I took admission there, and it was really hard work to sustain in a gents college for a lone lady for 3.5 years. It was a big duration, and I passed the course with the colors. So this is possible only because due to my passion about my dreams. So just live your dream, follow your dreams.
Great advice. That is fantastic advice. I see you have a firefighter's helper with you there as well. I'm sure he's very proud of his mom.
Thank you so much, sir.
Very good. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations indeed, Harshini. And I do hope if Bollywood is listening, they should be soon making a biopic on your story, because this is absolutely inspiring, I must admit.
Yes, some of them have approached me.
All right, so looks like we may soon see the story on the big screen then. But mighty congratulations on that note, Harshini.
Thank you so much.
On that note, ladies and gentlemen, with that, while we will be requesting all our recipients to please stay with us backstage, it's also now time to take a look at our next awardee. Let's have the AV, please.
Our next award recipient is a womanpreneur who is a robust believer in diversity. Under her leadership, the company has won the brand some of the largest and tallest infrastructure development projects in and out of India. And the award goes to Miss Priya Nazareth, a womanpreneur, Director, Monshare Fire Protection Systems Private Limited.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Priya Nazareth, a transformational leader and robust believer in diversity. She incepted her entrepreneurial pursuit and has been promoting education and awareness program for fire and security emergencies via digital platforms, and leads the Mumbai chapter for FSAI for Women's Safety, Surakshit Nari initiative in India. So on that note, I welcome the successful womanpreneur and an inspiring leader that she is, Ms. Priya Nazareth, Director, Monshare India Safety Equipments. With that, Mr. Vincent, I hand it over to you to do the honors.
Thank you very much. And Priya, thank you and congratulations. It's an honor to meet you and to present you this award. What are your thoughts right now?
You are on mute, Priya.
I'm sorry about that. I thank LUBRIZOL team for this honor, and to all the women here, I would like to share a quote by the inspirational speaker Mariana Costa. A world where women are part of designing and building technology is a world where women are part of shaping our future, and that will be a better world for all of us. So I would like to end with that note.
That's fantastic. Hey, listen, Priya, would you like, and I know of Monshare through my team there in Mumbai, right, and how much work you're doing. Right. Would you like to also say a few words for the young aspiring women professionals out there?
Well, I would like to say the same thing, that go there and try and achieve your dreams, and always dream big. And yeah, that's all.
Dream big.
Yeah.
Priya, thank you very much. You've done it.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I think that's where the secret lies, in dreaming big and making it happen. So on that note, congratulations to you, Priya, for actually inspiring us all. And on that note, I'm going to request you to please stay with us backstage as well.
Sure, I'll do that.
Thank you. Yes, indeed. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we're now moving on to finding out our next Women of Substance. And on that note, let's have the AV, please.
The next award honors first woman industrialist of Odisha in the field of real estate, who stands today as an icon for aspirants who look up to her as a role model. And the award goes to Miss Ratnamala Swain, first woman industrialist of Odisha in real estate, Director, D.N. Homes.
Absolutely, indeed. In fact, Ms. Swain, since 1987, has worked closely with the government of Odisha to create employment opportunities for unemployed engineers and architects, and was able to create more than 5,000 jobs for them. She entered entrepreneurship in Odisha in 1989 as a civil contractor, constructing public roads, buildings, and field channels, arguably the first woman in the eastern region to enter what was known as a man's business. Since then, she has set up her architectural consulting firm, AR Engineers, and written the growth story for one of Odisha's premier residential and commercial realty groups, which is D.N. Homes, as its director. So yes, indeed, here it is. Cheers to the first industrialist in real estate from the state of Odisha, Ms. Ratnamala Swain, Director, D.N. Homes. May I please request Mr. Vincent S. Masiti to present the felicitation.
Ratnamala, congratulations to you, and it's my pleasure to be here and see you get this award. How are you feeling right now?
Great. Thank you, Mr. Vincent, and thank you, Mr. Vincent. Thank you, Swapna Srivastava-ji, Editor, Realty Plus, for this nomination. In fact, it is a great privilege and honor to be here in this platform and receive the award Women of Vision. I will treasure this for the year ahead.
Ratnamala, that's fantastic. And would you care to share with us some inspiring moments from your own journey of facing the challenges and succeeding against the odds? You've done some amazing things.
Sure. Since my entry to the construction industry in 1989 and real estate industry in 2003, I have always performed my duties and my work as a yajna, and each moment I have been giving myself as ahuti in it. I had never thought that one day I will be receiving this award, such a prestigious award from one of the most respected publication and media house of India, as a recognition of my work. I have ever realized that every good work, every hard work, and every different work gets noticed. This award to me will inspire many young entrepreneurs, specifically women entrepreneurs and small town girls, to dream big and score higher. It will inspire and remind them that most of the big stories are written in small towns. I would like to tell my daughter and her friends, my colleagues, and all the ladies watching this program that believe in yourself and use that belief to ignite the spark within yourself, and don't wait for others to ignite the spark in you. Ladies, nothing is impossible for women today. So get after your dreams, ambitions, and hard work to ensure these dreams turn into reality. Very often I have been asked, how could you choose this profession, the real estate industry, which is so tough and so challenging and so demanding? I always reply, even now also I would like to tell all of you that irrespective of profession and gender, for every human being, life is a battlefield. You have to fight your own battle. Whether you win or you lose does not matter. But you have to fight and rise in life. I would like to conclude with few powerful lines from the poem of Maya Angelou. You may write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may trod me in the very dirt, but still like dust. I will rise, I will rise, I will rise. You may shoot me with your words. You may cut me with your eyes. You may kill me with your hatefulness, but still like air, I will rise, I will rise, I will rise.
Ratnamala, that's fantastic. That is beautiful, and you make me very proud. I'm a small town person as well, so it makes me very proud. You're very inspiring. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, Ratnamala ji, because I think you beautifully shared how big dreams are actually born in these small towns. And I think that's something that every girl sitting out there in any part of the country will truly, truly resonate. Thank you so much indeed. With that, after hearing that courageous journey, let's now also move on to finding out our next eminent woman leader, the recipient of this beautiful award. And let's have the AV, please.
Moving forward, our next award recipient is the founder partner of one of world's first architecture practices to report a gender pay gap in favor of its female employees. And the award goes to architect Sonali Rastogi, gender positive practice, founder partner, Morphogenesis.
Well, yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have with us architect Sonali Rastogi, the founding partner Morphogenesis, and she's an ex-member of the Delhi Urban Arts Commission, a fellow of the Indian Institute of Architects, Royal Society of Arts, UK, and a chartered member of the Royal Institute of British Architects. She's also been the Gallatley Dixon Visiting Scholar at the University of Bath, and her active participation in the modernization of Delhi's unified bylaws and the incorporation of public art in the city's fabric are expressions of her commitment to environmental and cultural sustainability. She's brought significant attention to gender issues, and today, Morphogenesis is an exemplary example for the profession for equal opportunity and gender pay parity. So on that note, may I please request Mr. Masiti to please do the honors.
Sonali, congratulations to you, and thank you so much for the honor of giving me this award. Please, can you tell us what inspired you to create this organization without gender bias, and how you did it?
I discovered by accident that Morphogenesis, I discovered 2 years ago in a global survey carried out by Devine, that Morphogenesis is the only firm which has pay parity positive towards women, 2% positive towards women. And it was not by design. The Morphogenesis was set up for creative people to express themselves in a free environment in a practice of architecture. That was definitely the value and ethos with which it was set up. Thus, gender, pro-women or pro-men, gender was not a question. And I think by making gender a non-issue, it's become a very equal workplace, and it's benefited by that. So I don't think we come across too many gender issues, simply because I think we've become agnostic. I think even if they exist, we just refuse to recognize them. And every individual is treated with empathy and their needs addressed at the workplace. So whether it is women during childbearing years, and whether they're allowed to come back with children to work, whether shorter work hours, whether workloads just simply very easily move within the team, men, women, men also have to stay at home to look after aging parents, and that's given equal consideration. So it's just that not being terribly bothered about uplifting the gender role, has actually landed up equalizing it completely. And the numbers came back from a global survey, which I didn't even know was taking place. And that's what really amazed me and made me feel proud that together with the women of morphogenesis and the men of morphogenesis, we had established this unbelievable data point. And women in morphogenesis, though, I have to say, they don't ever leave because we create such an equal situation. We allow for the day-to-day, the morphogenesis allows. I don't feel I have the right to say I allow. Morphogenesis allows for the daily functioning of every individual, whether it is to do with the grocery list, or they're dropping the child off to school, or bringing the dog to work, or taking old parents for the COVID shot. It allows for all of this. So when life and work become one place, I think that's truly when one can address inequalities in society. Gender issue may be one of them, but we don't experience it anymore.
Wow, Sonali ji, that's fantastic, and what you're doing now, let's hope one day it's norm across so many industries, and the future generations, whether it's conscious or unconscious, biases that we have around gender and work versus home, maybe that they can they'll continue to diminish over the generations because of the great work you're doing. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you. I'm honored.
Thank you so much indeed, Sonali ji, because I've also had the opportunity to listen to you in so many conferences, and I think the story of morphogenesis will have a cascading effect across other organizations as well, and will be absolutely inspiring. So thank you so much, and congratulations again.
Thank you.
On that note, ladies and gentlemen, with that, let's now move forward to also welcome the Young Woman Achiever. Let's take a look at this 80.
The next award goes to the first woman firefighter to be appointed by the Airport Authority of India, who now trains both men and women aspiring to be firefighters. And the award goes to Miss Tanya Sanyal, first woman firefighter appointed by AAI, Aviation Firefighter Airport Authority of India.
It's such a delight indeed to have on board Tanya Sanyal, the first woman to be hired by Airport Authority of India in the male job of firefighting. In fact, she holds masters in botany, and her initial training as firefighter happened in Delhi, where she was the only girl in the training center. It took her 5 months to complete the training before joining Airports Authority of India as its first woman firefighter. She now trains both men and a handful of women aspiring to be firefighters with the AAI. So with that, Mr. Vincent, over to you to do the honors.
Tanya, congratulations. Tell me how you're feeling with this honor and this recognition.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Hello.
So tell me, how are you feeling? How are you feeling with this honor and recognition? It's such a pleasure to present it to you.
First of all, I really wish to thank you guys for this and enriching experience and a matter of great pride to be a part of this program. And I sincere gratitude to Airports Authority of India for this golden opportunity that I got chance to serve my nation through Airports Authority of India. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Are you able to share a few words on what inspired you to take this this pioneering journey that you're on?
Yes, definitely. I always believe that the hidden meaning of impossible is I am possible. And with the same belief, I applied for this job. So yes, of course, I think a man symbolizes Shakti, that is power. So there is nothing that we can't do So the necessary thing is to dream and focus in our goal. And we have to put all the dedication and determination towards it. And I wanted to say that women and men are complementary to each other. So movement is not just to be at shoulder to shoulder with man in their own rights. Yeah, I think.
Well, that's fantastic, Tanya. Wow, the future is bright. Seeing someone like you here, and congratulations so much, Kavya.
Thank you indeed, Tanya, and congratulations. I think it proves that a woman on mission wouldn't give up a mission. So on that wonderful note and inspiring note, let's also move on, because last but not the least, let's take a look at our final award recipient. Meanwhile, I'm also going to request all the previous recipients to please stay with us backstage, because we will have you all back on the screen for a group photograph. So on that note, let's take a look at our final award recipient. Let's have the AV, please.
Last but not the least, our concluding award recipient is an expert in ecological design, eco-friendly materials and appropriate building technologies. She is also known as Woman of Pondicherry and has represented India at Professional Fellows Congress, USA. And the award goes to Architect Trupti Doshi, Woman of Pondicherry, co-founder and principal architect, the Aroma Group.
Absolutely splendid indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, Trupti Doshi heads her architectural design practice and the Builder Developer Group, and is recognized among the top 10 eco-architects of India. She comes with more than 20 years of experience in ecological architecture and sustainable engineering. She has been India's youngest woman architect, whose work has been featured by the United Nations Environment Programme as a model for sustainable development in India. She represented India at the first ever Women TEDx in Greece, and she's been the chief co-architect of Sri Aurobindo Society, an international NGO, for more than 12 years. On that note, may I please request Mr. Masiti to please present the felicitation.
Thank you, Kavya. Trupti, thank you so much for joining, and congratulations on this honor. How are you feeling?
Thank you, everyone. Thank you at Reality Plus. Thank you, Vincent, Sapna, Kavya. It's wonderful to be on this platform. Sapna and I have been conversing since a while. And yes, it is wonderful. It feels like the right thing to do, because womanhood and sustainability are deeply interconnected. As a woman, you naturally care about nature. In fact, the word for in Hindi or in Sanskrit, the word prakriti, which is nature, is a feminine word. So I think both go hand in hand, and the aspect of care for nature and care for everything that we do comes very naturally to women. And that was one of the reasons which made me choose to practice sustainable design and very consciously make a choice of not being on the conveyor belt of conventional construction, but choose a different path. And when I chose this path 20 years ago, sustainability was not a word which was even known. So it was really a path that not many had tread before. And it has been a wonderful journey. And thank you so much for recognizing it and celebrating it. It feels wonderful. And I hope it will serve as an inspiration to other women in any field, may it be, to follow a path which is less walked upon before.
Congratulations again, Trupti, and it's been an honor to see all of these wonderful women and hear all of your stories. It's been an inspiration to me. Kavya, please, back to you.
Thank you very much, and congratulations indeed, Trupti. If I may please request you to stay with us, because yes, indeed, it's been a very pioneering moment to hear stories from such amazing set of women who are creating an impact in the society with their work and with their words as well. But on that note, thank you as well, Mr. Vincent, for being with us here today and honoring the women of vision. I would also request you to please stay with us, and may I please request all our awardees to join us here on the main screen for a quick group picture. So we're going to have an interesting screenshot. If I may request all of our awardees, please join us back on the main screen. I think it's going to be absolutely a powerful display of all these women leaders here. All our awardees, I'm going to request you all to please turn on your videos and join us all on the main screen. I think it's all going to happen back to back, one after the other, a powerful display of influence and impact here. All the awardees, Tanya, then Harshini ji, everybody, one after the other. We're going to request you to please turn on your videos and please stay with us for a quick screenshot. We're going to do that in the terms of Kodak moment or a Canon moment for all of us. If I may also request Mr. Vincent to please stay with us as well.
Okay, sure. I was trying to make the picture less better looking picture. So if you still want me on here, that's okay.
Oh, absolutely, sir. But it'll be wonderful to have you on board as well. Maybe if you'd like to have a personal screenshot of all the women here first, and then maybe we'll have one with you as well. But everybody, let's have your videos on. And looks like everyone's here. So with that, I'm going to back off for a little while and let's have a screenshot of all you lovely women as well. Meanwhile, you can all please go and say cheese. You can all flash your lovely smiles to all attendees, everybody out there, as we get a beautiful screenshot of all you lovely awardees who are inspiring us each and every day with your work and your words. All right, so with that, let me also quickly take a look if we could also have Radhaji has turned her video on. Okay. If I may please request, oh yes, it's wonderful to, very nice indeed. Looks like we managed to get our screenshot. I think if my team can give me a quick thumbs up, that means we managed to get a screenshot. But nevertheless, I think it's turned out to be so beautiful to see how speakers joined us first to share their insights, and then we've had these beautiful set of awardees who have shared their inspiration as well. Looks like I've got a thumbs up from the team, so looks like we managed to get our screenshot. I know that in a live event it would be a different scenario, but I think it's wonderful to see your smiles transcend across the screens for all of us at our attendees. So congratulations once again to all of you, and thank you for inspiring us all every day. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Masiti, as well.
My pleasure. Excellent organization. Congratulations.
Thank you indeed. You know, I must admit, attendees, that sometimes, you know, the stories are out there and it takes the right set of teams to also bring out the stories, these wonderful set of women journeys as well. And I must thank LUBRIZOL for creating this beautiful program for all of us in association with the Realty Plus team. But on that note, it's not over until it's over. I now invite Mr. Binay Agarwal, the business head Temprite South Asia, and Mr. Vininder Singh Baveja, the Chief Operating Officer, Prince Pipes and Fittings Limited, to join us to give a thank you note. In fact, first up, Mr. Binay Agarwal comes with more than 12 years of work experience in strategy, business development and sales, and he spent more than 6 years in Tata Group as strategy manager and has been with LUBRIZOL for nearly 5 years. He loves to interact with people and is inspired by success stories of people with diverse background. At the same time, we have with us Mr. Vininder Baveja, who's an operations and IT leader with rich experience of more than 17 years with Volvo Eicher Commercial Vehicles and Hindustan Unilever, prior to joining Prince Pipes and Fittings Limited. He leads the sales and marketing, manufacturing and IT verticals of the company, driving the digital agenda across functions to be the true business differentiator, delivering a competitive edge. So we've got two leaders as well joining in to share a thank you note with us all. So with that, if I may please request Mr. Binay and Mr. Vininder to please share your words.
Sure. Thank you, Kavya. Thank you for this opportunity. I think it has been a wonderful event. You can see in my background a picture of a rover landing on Mars, and you will be wondering why. Actually, I and my 3-year-old son are both big fans of space programs. And I believe that building a new house or architecture is very similar to a space program. Why? Because both are taking human or a family to a new place to start their life. And we have had so many women from India who are so successful in NASA space programs, be it Kalpana Chawla, be it Sunita Williams, or recently Dr. Swati Mohan. And the reason is women know how to build a home better than anyone else. And I'm very fortunate that I met many shining stars of building and construction industry in India today. And I'm very sure that your achievement will inspire others to change our society. I want to thank the entire Reality Plus team, including Sapna and Kabya, you for organizing this special event, I would say. And the entire team at LUBRIZOL, including Pooja, who has been leading this from our side, who made this successful. And my sincere thanks to all leaders who encourage and promote diversity at workplace. It has been a pleasure listening to you today. In fact, I had the fortune of meeting Mother Teresa as a very young kid way back in 1995. And I cannot forget what she said. She told me that, I alone cannot change the world, but I hope to inspire others to take the next steps. And with that, I invite Vininder, who is a dear friend and CEO at Prince Pipes and a proud partner of LUBRIZOL in this journey, to share his thoughts. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks, Vinay. I love the way you put it, that it's the women who makes the home. Right. So good. So I'm feeling truly honored to have the opportunity to deliver this closing thank you note for the Women of Vision Forum, which is very appropriately coinciding with the Women's Day. I truly believe that I think this platform has given a great way to acknowledge the leading work done by some of the women pioneers in the building material industry and beyond. Many congratulations to all the winners whose contribution has been recognized and rewarded. What really intrigued me was the depth of conversations across the panelists, which has truly been a learning experience for me as well equally. And something that stood out for me was what Sheila ji from Shilpa Architects called out, to have built her office around nature 40 years back, and what now is termed as the biophilic architecture, which some of the buildings and the hospitals in Singapore take pride in, to have built the structures, buildings integrated with nature. And to have that kind of a vision way back then is truly, truly remarkable. Coming to our own industry within pipes and fittings, there are initiatives which are being taken by the Indian Plumbing Skills Council under the National Skill Development Corporation to bring in and train women with the plumbing skills. So I see that such initiatives serves a dual purpose. One, it breaks the stereotypes by joining the profession, which is still male dominated. And second, it creates a better employment opportunity, empowering women as equals, as some of the panelists also called out. I believe it is the platform like the one we had today, which will lend the required thrust to further the cause of women participation, not just at the grassroots level, but also across the hierarchy. So with that, thank you again to everyone at Reality Plus and LUBRIZOL for having brought this all together and bringing this amazing platform to life. Thank you, and over to you, Kavya.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Vinay and Mr. Vininder. I think both of you have shared some powerful words surrounding this beautiful initiative and how this is not just a start. This is actually where it's all taking it forward. And I think both of you sharing your insights, even through the analogy of rover landing for that matter, it's absolutely powerful. So thank you again for that. Thank you very much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, all of our attendees, it's now time for me to once again invite back on the main screen Ms. Sapna Srivastava, the editor, Realty Plus, to present the vote of thanks. She was indeed one of the ones to also give it a start for you all. So she will also be the ones to conclude this beautiful program for all of you. So with that, Sapna, over to you then.
Thanks, Kafia. It was indeed a spectacular day today, and what an exhilarating experience. We had women leaders from across segments and verticals of building design, development, and product manufacturing deliberating on critical aspects of gender diversity. We also had, women achievers from the industry highlighting their unique achievements and their own personal journeys, how they went against all odds and have achieved their big dreams. So a big thank you from the entire Realty Plus team to all our speakers, awardees, and the amazing audience that shared their time. They shared their questions and queries, and they were here with us to celebrate this International Women's Day. A special thanks and gratitude to the LUBRIZOL Corporation that conceived this unique initiative and the team that helped us put together this event. We couldn't have done it without you. Let me give a big thank you to Mr. O'Neill Pinto, Mr. Vincent Masiti, Mr. Binay Agarwal, as well as Vininder Baweja to be here with us, joining this event and sharing their views. Let me acknowledge the fantastic team effort of Realty Plus and the LUBRIZOL team working together to, again, put together this event and making it a successful foundation event. And not to forget, let me also express our sincere appreciation for our lovely host, Kavya, for so wonderfully taking us through this entire evening of conversations and celebrations. So thank you all. And Kavya, back to you now.
Thank you very much, Sapna. In fact, I must admit, the honor is mine that you've invited me to be a part of this beautiful celebrations. I think I have been even more inspired taking a look at these beautiful journeys of these fascinating women. So thank you for having me on board. And on that delightful note, we come to the fantastic closing of the LUBRIZOL CPVC Presents Women of Vision Summit and Awards, organized by Realty Plus Masterclass in association with FlowGuard Plus and Blaze Master. Thank you all once again for taking the time to be connected with us today. Your participation and presence truly made this evening memorable. On that note, we also wish you all good health and well-being, and we look forward to seeing you all soon virtually, and with God's grace, of course, once we emerge from the pandemic, we can't wait to see you all in person. So thank you once again for joining us. Take care and God bless.
Bye all. Thank you.